pointer.
New wedge on it?
Yeah.
Two.
Colorful.
I have no idea how sensitive this is. Yeah, if you can.
Hey Joe, we got an updated waypoint.
New waypoint.
Real excited.
So excited about her.
Alright, camera's yours.
Is this guy available? Let's see, 10 centimeters. Yeah, either of these.
Alright. You gotta do that?
What are we trying for that?
We grab those spiders, one of those two spiders. Or the whole thing.
Yeah, this maybe.
Put it into a quiver.
Yeah, coral quiver, please. Fist-sized piece, maybe the top half of it.
Alright. You gonna put it on
Yes.
the porch or on the side?
We are at Chimney 7.
Do they already
We have a rock wall we would for Jill.
Do that?
Good, yeah.
Is this going to be a rock sample?
Yes, this is going to be a rock sample. It's going to go in a coral quiver, and it's going to be a non-RNA later coral quiver.
So I said earlier to think that there is not any RNA later.
Oh, easy then.
It's labeled as such, but they said there wasn't any.
Okay,
We can verify that.
okay.
Alright, as far as I can go with that. So, is that gonna be enough for you? Or do you need me to?
So this is going to be rock sample number 1.
Yes. R01.
I'm letting it push it out further. It's gonna push us off the ledge and make it back in.
Okay, I don't see anything. Looks clear.
They're all tossed off earlier anyway, so I think it will dissipated by now.
Awesome.
should fit in there. Alright, I'm gonna porch out. Alright.
Yeah.
So just kind of hold it.
Just holding it
Yeah.
like this.
We're gonna be moving quite a bit, I think. Oh, no, it's still going. There we go. Alright, so we're extended, but we're sitting on some rocks that are not solid. See that? Might be a bit big. It might be a bit big.
Yeah. So
Do you want to
Yeah,
spin
we
it,
could-
put one in there, and kind of.
you want to try it?
We could put it in the basket that the quivers are in, rock box 3, just outside of the quivers.
So it's right in front of the scoop.
Yeah, right in front of the scoop.
Just drop your arm in. Yeah, yeah, that perfect. You might, once you get it straightened out a little bit, be able to rotate to starboard a little bit. And keep moving it down. Yep, keep going to starboard and keep straightening it down. One shoulder now, we just use that last, your forearm joint. So just keep rotating. Coming this way with your shoulder, turn it right. Alright, well now it broke in half, so you got half of it in there. Would you want the other half in the quiver or just all of it in there?
The half that broke fell into the box.
It's onto the box, yeah.
Yeah, the other half can go in there too.
Okay, just let
Yeah.
it go. Alright.
The cap on the thing. Just leave it.
Yeah, but I'll probably use the right, that'd be easier. Starboard up. Gonna hook that cable a little bit too. Well, we'll wait till we force in that cable out of the way. I'm gonna forge in
Oh,
first,
so that ended up
so that
going in
you're
rock
totally
box
clear
3.
of the
Not the quiver.
box. So now you can, alright. So now you can use the starboard arm without hitting the black box.
Rock box 1,
3.
3,
Yeah.
and that's where the coil quivers are.
Yes.
And is this just sulfide?
Inactive. Yeah. Inactive spire. Yeah.
Sure, you want more part of the You happy? Anything else?
goes right there.
Yeah. Those are smoking. So big one at the top smoking.
I just thought they kind of, we come around some that go right over this one though.
Yeah.
And hopefully this will come out of this shorter guy here, so it should be okay to fly over. The middle one's definitely smoking, and looks the top as well.
Yeah.
What piece of this?
Let's wait and see where Jill wants to sample. Maybe here. Maybe we'd be able to go ahead and just letting Jill know when we're ready for IGTs.
Yeah,
She's
I
not in a rush about
I
it
text
anymore.
her before.
I did.
I think she might be dealing with, like, she might have, I don't know, might be Santiago or something.
They're busy with something. Because we can do other objectives. They just have in the plan that they wanted to do the IGTs. Yeah.
Do you know what
And if she's
Chimney
not,
is?
sorry.
Do you know what Chimney is?
We're at Chimney 7. Yeah.
So I can let her know that.
Yeah. And if she wants to take more time, we'll do other things. But yeah. Still wanna. Oops. Just got a message from Jill on my way. Sorry, Andrea.
Excited as I've heard you.
Hmm?
Oops, was like excited as I've heard you.
for push course?
Yeah.
You're not stuck rope. Or wreck the rail on it. Not stuck on the rail. But yeah, we tried it the other side, we were right down.
That might be better.
Maybe.
I think there's 2 other sites that are marked as promising, so maybe those look a little better. Hi.
Thank you. Sorry.
We're at Chimney 7 right now.
Okay.
There's a bunch of smokers. Yeah, I don't know if you had one in mind yet, or if you want to fly around a few places.
We can take one for tour. I
Okay.
think Chimney 7, this is close to the Santa marker. Yeah.
Probably sitting here. We need to try to this.
Cool. Well,
This is one of the
bookmark it.
strongest
Yeah.
flows we saw.
Okay.
We'll want to find one with really vigorous venting, but one that's possible.
I think the 2 tall one were vigorously venting, but
But they're very tall.
yes, I don't know how possible they are. There was a low one by where we picked up a rock, but that was not very vigorous. Well, that's cool. Beehive, very precarious.
I've got little skinny one. What about
Oh.
behind there?
Right here,
Um,
up behind
you see that one in the background?
this beehive.
Maybe we could break that slip off.
Yeah, the far one.
The far one.
Back side of this?
Back
Behind it?
behind it.
Yes, please. There's
Bars.
smoke.
Yeah, this one's also vigorous here, but it's hard to find.
Yeah.
Those little beehives are maybe too small for us. This one might be good.
This guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that guy accessible?
Or from right here, or maybe around that direction. This stuff.
It's a nice strong one.
Yeah.
Might be able to send the Jimmy to.
Yeah. Yeah, this will probably crumble, but all this.
The base part might make it.
Yeah. And then it'd be a lower spot to.
I like that good.
Cool.
This one in front of us?
Yeah.
This guy. Yeah.
I think
Do you want to break the beehive off first, or you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That way we won't suck the particles.
Okay.
But probably do like a 2-step. First break the beehive sample, and then break the chimney.
Okay.
Well, it depends how it looks after we break the beehive, I guess.
Yeah. A lot of iron staining.
So where would we want to break it below the beehive?
Yeah.
So I can try to set up below that. We're not that over anyway, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
This is Chimney 7, nicknamed Hogwarts.
Hogwarts, yeah. Jill, do you think you're gonna do one by the where the mussels or somewhere under this? Just this one?
Yeah, I think the second one will take. It will be over by the mussels, but since we were close to this one,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
was the hottest, most vigorous one.
Cool.
So this will be the black smoke one.
Did you get a temperature earlier?
Nope.
Give me out a little bit. Sorry about that. Something. Slow this side.
Yeah, everyone's really blasting.
Would you be able to power on port IGT if you have a chance?
Sure.
Please? Thank you. It's good that it's talking.
Right.
Can you turn on the look back for the bottom camera for me? Or light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that a hole in there? Shoot this? The way it's moving. It's wild.
Where do you see a hole?
Well, not a hole, but it's just kind of branching out on the left there and then coming up to the
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Some of it, I think, like the stuff in the middle is maybe a previous beehive that collapsed and then got cemented in.
Alright. Think you'll do that with port on? We're gonna knock that off right below the beehive, so we're into catalyze, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right
But
here.
just-
Because, yeah, then these will be better sampling orifices.
Tune all three of those up.
Jill, do you have a preference? These are all going to the same place. So, yeah. I mean, it's probably all going to come down because it's connected.
I think it'll all come down,
Yeah.
but probably the rightmost one will be the biggest after it breaks. Best one for an IGT sample.
Stay away from us here. Ideally. Unless you wanna put the porch out and open some boxes and see what comes up. I can bring us up a little bit.
Ooh,
Perfect.
timber.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Here we are.
lovely.
Very nice.
Look at that flow.
Good job.
Cool. Look how white it is in there.
Yeah.
So, might be a bit difficult to get our high-temp probe in there, just from the angle.
Okay.
If we really want it, I can change my setup.
Jill, what do you think? You want
We
to
can just use the IGT probe.
Okay.
That's fine.
So, 1.
Yep. IGT 1.
Alright, watch out. Want me to pick it up or you got it? Got it?
Yeah.
Alright, so that's not gonna work. So, before, not the arm, but hold on. The hose is pushing up against the porch, so when the porch out, it pushes off. So I have to move the hose out of the way. Be simple with that. You want to just set back up real quick. I want to set up and then you can move it out of the way. Well, you might need to do it before I set up so you can get it out of there. What's that?
You might need to bring the rail in so that it can get a hold of it. So you can push forwards.
That'll probably work now. So that will probably work now where it is. It was just sitting right on the porch.
Yeah.
Let me try it again. Unless you want to grab it. I don't know where you put it.
Push that rail back out now if you want. It's gonna push on the porch still, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Can you set it into its little hook there?
If I grab it, I'm gonna move it.
Nope, didn't work. Sorry. That should be fine where it is. Yeah, it's not going to push on the porch, which is what happened before.
Okay.
So hopefully. Alright. go. Let's do one more shot to move that. Just, I just want to make sure that we don't. If we hit that again, it's gonna push up against that rock. I want to give us one more shot before we. Yeah, should be fine. Push out a little bit more for you so you get that. Yeah.
That's why he said didn't want to use their temperature probe because I think they can reach it with the IG tape underneath. But
Just seems like we're
They were there when we came watching it. Probably they'll fall off if we don't.
we're going to be able to reach the orifice from here.
I can move slightly if we need to. I can bring this in and spin this.
Okay.
That's gonna give us enough room to operate first. This is about where we were when we knocked it over.
Okay.
Stick them in there. Just slide them sideways.
This one.
Sure, that way works too.
This one.
I was gonna say, like this, in between the front and the back ones. Like spin it in your jaw, just lay it down in there. Spin it, like I was gonna say, spin it 180.
Spin it 180.
Yep. And then just lay it down in the box.
What box?
In between the coil quarters.
Oh. I don't know, I'm all up in there.
Alright, move over then. Stick it on top of the other. On the other ones for right now, we can just move it whenever we get up in station there.
You want to do it over?
I don't care what it goes anywhere. Once we have the space and
Is that the sample or
box one,
on the bonus?
Yeah.
and then just take it back there.
Maybe we do it like this.
So just anywhere we can do it until we knock the truck is off.
Maybe for garbage sample.
That looks like it fell off. Like the placement was like, it's a heavy accident.
Like you said, through the bottom of the board.
Except we don't know
Yeah,
where
hopefully we'll have to go on there, it's fine.
I think it's straight sample.
Sheath with the sword.
What was that thing?
It's like finger like grabbers that got left on the porch when the
Oh, okay.
dove this morning.
That'd be cool.
Be hard.
We're gonna use it to pick up limpets one by one. It's our next objective.
We have like a month. We might get a couple. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then just the way we've been grabbing it. Yeah, just coming over the top like that. Getting a good purchase on it because it's
Come over the top, so it's gonna come down a
No,
little.
like it's like the instead of trying to grab it straight on in the jaw like
Grab
that,
it like
kind of
this?
yeah, like at 45.
On an angle?
45, yeah. Let's do this for 1 second. All right. Should be clear on the porch.
There you go.
Yeah, we're a little bit deeper, but not much. Should be alright. Into the pocket.
Oh. Come on.
Oh, jaws. Alright. There you go. The handles are really, really good for grabs. So
What's that?
the handle
Yeah.
has been really good for grabs. I haven't had any issue with it at all. We lock that one too.
I did, right.
Alright. Which one do you want to do?
Sorry.
Which one do you want to do?
uh,
Oh, it's up there. I was
this
gonna-
big guy.
Okay.
You need to go on this.
We're gonna go up there. And I might have to spin to get you closer.
Or are you in the way?
No. Alright, thanks for bringing that up. Alright, yep, hold on a second.
Free entertainment.
Oh, 1 second, before you do it, before you do it.
I know. We have to keep dancing.
Yeah.
Alright. So you're gonna wanna spin it.
Turn it this way.
Yep, yep.
I don't know what's going on. Bottom.
Can
Can we take a look back at the cable to see if it's caught on something?
Let's see what's going on with you. Stuck on.
I don't know. It's got.
Yeah, it is caught on something at the bottom. Oh no, that's the zip tie.
It's still got a tie wrap cut on it.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is? A tie
Jill, do you
wrap?
want me to
Shouldn't
pan on it
even have a
too?
tie wrap on there.
Shouldn't have a tie wrap.
All right, it popped. Well, it's going down.
Now it's popped.
It's worked. Well, it's still on there. It's just
Oh.
working its way down.
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops.
If we yank on that, it's gonna break the cable.
It's got like it's got a huge fold to run through. Right, well, stand up.
What do you want to do, Jill?
Can we get a little closer to the vent? Or send the porch closer?
Yeah, can we get closer so we don't have to stretch it?
Sure, I'll try.
What do you want me to do, Chris? Kind of stretched out.
Just kind of bring it in close so it's not going to hit anything when I fly away.
Okay, it should be kind of inside the porch
It's a cool view. This is good. Here we go.
Alright, good, decent view on the sit. You might want to go left and swing it that way to get a better view, though. You know what I'm saying? So you're already getting away. There you go. Perfect. Flush that back one and how far you are from it.
This is good. Just keep an eye, Amy, that doesn't get right over those other two jets.
Okay.
Okay,
Spin it a
14,
little bit.
25. Could you rotate
see
it a
one a
little
little
so
bit?
it's not right above the other two?
Yeah, you can see how it's going right in between the arm and the tool. Yeah, there you go.
80, 68. 115, hold it right there. 136,
No one freezes
175, 201, 232, 244, 253, 270,
Check it before you move it up.
281, 286, 289, 290, 294, 296,
Oh, you're not supposed to sign out now.
300, 301. Are you stable there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take the sample. 305. Sampling. 306.
That's how it's all about.
Still filling.
Still going?
Still closing. Mm-hmm. About 20 seconds.
We're gonna do two of the same thing.
Yeah, we're gonna do, I think IGT3 next.
Okay.
IGT2 next.
IGT2.
All right.
White.
So you can stow the sampler, but pick it up and away so it doesn't pass through the hot water. Lift it up. And
Sorry. Wrong way.
lift it up and move to the left, please. Great, that was a really good sample.
Right. Is that IGT1?
That was IGT1, and the max T was 307.
Yeah, but alright, we settled that. Alright, if possible, it'd be awesome if you could like catch some of that cable and send that back down in there.
You set it back down like this would be better than
So either way, we done it both ways.
Yeah, okay. I'm done with
Yeah. Might be easier to graph it with starboard.
Good grab for you.
Yeah.
Frozen.
On the other one,
Chimney.
Clearer than that.
Strap it. Strap it.
This bird's like airbrushed.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the way. So on the next one, just because of positioning, probably should hand it off to the port arm again. And just grab that cable a little bit and put it underneath where I want these things down.
Could you swing to your right just a touch?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Just do a little bit.
And on your right.
Thank you.
So you kind of need to do it mechanically.
Just my phone down, yeah. Well, yeah, but there was more than it just got pumped out earlier.
Could you power on the starboard IGT?
It is.
It is?
Yep.
Okay.
I see you up there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything. Just getting set up.
Yeah. There we go. Alright. I can bring it closer.
It's kind of down the one.
Alright. Got it.
Locked. Take some pressure off the rope. Let me get still before we do.
Alright.
We going with the same one,
Yep.
Jill?
Yes, please. Same one. tilt it backwards so it's away from the
Go.
hot fluids. That's good.
How's that?
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Good, you have a better view up there top. There you go.
That looks good. 16, 43, 88, 110, 109, 89, 71, 115, 136, 159, 196, 220, 240, 255, 265, 279, 284, 290. Coming up still. Okay, lock it right there. 301, 302. Getting the same as before, so that's good.
Let me drop it.
307. Alright. Are you stable?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll sample. Sampling.
I did the same thing last trip.
So for the next one, I'll go back and pick up the mussels earlier.
It's a good question. Jill, since
Can I answer your question when I'm
Yeah.
done? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see if she wants to go for the other pair now, or move on to other objectives.
Good.
Yeah. Well, first we'll pick up the rock that goes with this.
Okay. What do you want? Where do you want?
One of the bio boxes.
But what? You just want the chocolate again?
Yeah, we want the active orifice that she's sampling from. Yeah. I think you're out of the. Are you still getting temperature? I think you're out of the flow.
It's closing, it's okay.
Okay.
But keep it, yeah, still keep it where it is. Okay, you can stow the sampler, thank you. That was a really good one. That one was 315. Nice. 315.
Hotter than the last one.
Really hot.
Hey, Jill, do you have any additional text for this one other than really hot?
You can say it came out of the flow, but the valve was closing. Really hot one. Came out of the flow, but valve was already closing. That should be fine.
we'll get the paired rock, but then I was wondering if you want to just go ahead and look for the diffuse ones now, since it's too late for the lander, or if you want to put that off till later.
Just a second, let me close this file. Do we want to do a super here, or are we all set for super on this side?
Is it part of the dive plan to do one here? I imagine if there are no animals here, Roxanne would be less interested. The checklist wants it paired with Jill's IGT, but maybe it's more interested in pairing with the diffuse IGT.
right?
Yeah.
Number 2.
Midpoint.
Yeah, that rope position is less than a little bit heavy.
I don't know if the other one is considered, because there's a super that's supposed to be above any clam, mussel, or tube-worm collection, and we did do that earlier.
Okay.
However, the check mark is here, but this is actually what we did.
Okay.
So I don't know
I don't know who checked that.
if she wants
Or if they did another one.
Does she want 2 super locations or just 1?
We can chat Roxy.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're gonna ask?
I can. Yeah, or you can.
Yeah.
You're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, but I want to move around it.
She says, no, I'd rather do the other one with the mussels.
Okay. So we'll get the rock and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then do you want to scout your diffuse flow one next, or you want us to do other things?
We can scout the next one.
Okay, cool. We'll get the rock and then we'll do that.
Okay. So let's collect the active sulfide, and then we'll head back over to where they got the mussels and
Okay.
find a vent over there.
Is that mussels 1?
Mussels 1.
Okay.
Little north of mussels 1. Is the
Okay.
patch that they showed.
Move it up to the right. Alright, I'll take that. Alright, so you're gonna get a piece of the rock from the
Yes.
orifice you just sampled from?
Yes. A fairly big piece. So two to 3 fists.
Pretty strong, so.
Yeah. And we'll put that in either firebox.
2 lights up or mussels?
I'm sorry.
$5 2 lights up.
Yeah, why don't we start with 2 because it's empty.
Are we getting another rock sample?
Yeah, we're gonna get the paired chimney that goes with the IGT samples.
Then we're gonna look at them the same.
Yeah, the big one that you were just doing. It's 3 handfuls, like three widths of the jaw probably, top to bottom.
Yes, that would be great.
I'd come in on the side and sort of like pop it off of that middle piece. And it should be less connected there, I would think.
I only see one razor. Do you see the other one? I'm trying to get an idea. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oops.
So it's about 10 centimeters across. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think the middle is probably not super well crystalline. So if maybe here on the orifice, this should break cleanly and that will crumble away, I'm guessing.
The middle.
Yeah. Probably put the manipulator arm through the middle.
Very good view on the sit. Let's zoom in on it. Are you okay? Can you zoom in or are you okay?
Yeah.
Alright, go back off a little bit and I'll bring it right on. Alright, it's close so I can go.
Okay.
No. Get you a little closer, might. No, it'll take it off the screen, so. What's that?
Feel like
Oh, you're definitely hitting it, but you're hitting it like inboard and looking at me. Like, not on the edge.
You can also take a few smaller pieces if that's easier.
pushing against it.
Yeah.
You knocked it down,
Well,
you probably skewer.
Yeah, I think it's, I don't think you're like, guess it's round.
That's a cool idea.
This,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Oh. Okay.
like you threaded
Yeah.
that.
Just
like
thread
you-
it right through it.
Yeah.
Right. There you go, now it's on the outside.
Like that.
Yeah, it's just barely.
Yeah,
It was
it's
big.
big.
Yeah. It's here. There you go, there you go. There you go. Perfect.
This is your watch, right?
You got it, you got it. Yeah, you got it, dude. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
What?
We just,
Can't see anything.
just bring it back. I gotta fly you off this a little bit. We just destroyed the right side. You gotta fly us off of this. All right, pick it up a little bit. Ramp this under there. All right. Just still there. Yeah, we still have what we're going for. It's just I gotta back away slowly.
You do what you need to do. I just wanted to get a view of it.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good grab, by the way.
Yeah. It decimated this tree. It decimated this tree.
It's a rebuilding here.
Yeah, they grow back.
They grow back a little. Lots of iron.
All right. So I can't see.
Put a pilot test. A little Chimney and do. It's just. It's true. It's less than cool stuff sometimes. It's like, it's not all
Yeah.
I just want.
Yep, it was. Yeah.
It's okay.
As soon as you got that off from there, I noticed, I was looking at it, but I noticed like Jocelyn over there, and I'm like, oh no. And then I looked over.
Saying, oh did I drop it?
No, you
Dropping
didn't.
it?
No, but we definitely the vehicle like this as we knocked it out, as we broke it free,
Oh, did that?
and it was enough to. Well, we know what happened. Alright, I'll come back down and I'll set up and put it in the box. Yeah, you can pick some stuff off the starboard rail and make some collection.
Really is. Oh, nice. Same stuff.
Oh no, I'll just leave that one there. Oops. Alright. Over here, I'm just going to do the same.
We can pick that back up, right?
Yep.
Ooh.
Sorry. Might be a little lower. Or that's right there in the middle, yep.
It's that guy.
Yep. That looks good. with the starboard because you can get your camera on there. Or I can try to spin us around a little bit. There. There you go. I think that's it. Oh, so close. I'm gonna porch out. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna porch out some more. Bring it to you.
Take a view on some of this too, right?
I don't know that it's biggie enough.
I would say if it's the priority, we'll grab another piece. I don't think it's big enough.
Is this going to be the high tea chimney? or-
Yeah, that's the high tea pit that goes with
I can go for some.
Okay, we'll get someone.
Oh, so to clarify on the things that I thought were flagged like earlier, they're Pete characterized those as Pagoda.
The pagoda. Okay.
I can show you. I have a frame grab.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, we can take a look.
Do you want to try to get another piece, Amy? or-
Yeah, I'd like to get another piece from the same spot, please.
Go back
It-
up there? Or this one down here?
No, from the high temperature pair where the fluids were again. We'll see what that looks like after all our excavation. Yeah. That was Rock 2. It's in Biobox 2. It's the high temperature pair that goes with IGTs 1 and 2.
Curious stuff. Make me curious stuff.
Where's the stuff coming from? Is that one or?
It's from our arm just laying on it. From our grill. lot of heat coming up from right there that I have to sit on. Maybe back over to this side, so I might have to flip around. Any support arm again? How hard do you think that is?
How hard?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty solid.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been cooking for a while, so it's pretty well recrystallized.
Is that where the last sample just came from?
Yeah.
The larger aperture.
Yeah.
Is this Chimney 7?
Yes.
Was it the one to the left of it?
It is.
Yeah, well, that's where we're gonna grab, but we're gonna set up though.
But what?
I'm gonna set up on the one to the left of it.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is gonna come down. This
Okay.
is all soft. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Down here it should be pretty solid. But yeah, that's.
If I go low, can you reach up there?
That's, yeah.
I just didn't want to get right underneath it.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. I might have to go underneath it though. You're pretty low.
We collect more now. Is this?
I'm sorry?
Rock sample 3, or is this gonna be? It's gonna be more of 2. Yeah. We'll call it 2-second piece or something.
I can bring this in closer too.
Yeah, it's almost, yeah,
Alright, stand by. Oh, if I could bring this in, it'll be too close, you think?
yeah.
I can put us underneath it. It's just you working right above the rail. It's up to you. Whatever you think would be easier for you. I can do it. So the back half is pretty thin, but it's not a whole lot of rock there.
Yeah. That's okay.
It's cool. I can.
I don't know if putting the scoop underneath it.
You barely got it. I don't know if it'll pick up. Right, that's a little touch more. I don't know if it'll pick up. But you gotta caught it. You gotta caught it. You do have it. Come straight up. You got something.
Yeah.
Shiny.
Oh.
slab.
Yeah.
You can pick it up, it's right there. And completely, so it's right below
Oh,
us, so
yeah.
if you wanna get
Better
it
cut
after
out the
this.
bromine for
I don't know if we can reach it from here. What's that? Do you want to try to get another piece from the top and then fly down after
Sure.
it and get
Yeah,
it?
I think that's a
Okay.
good idea.
I'm gonna move, or are you okay?
Just before you go in,
Hold on.
And the inner wall might be a little thicker if any of this is solidified.
Alright. There you go. There you go, you got it. Alright, pushing out. Nice and
just really, really rest it on there.
alright. I'm gonna open up file box 2. Bring your sit down in 1 second. Alright, there you go.
Beautiful.
And then the piece up top, or you just gonna get the one that's below us?
Is the one that's sitting in sediment gonna ruin your microbiome?
Sitting inside of what? The one?
Sitting in sediment? It fell and now it's sitting on sediment. Is that gonna mess with your community?
It looked like a really nice piece.
Okay.
I would go for it.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
Okay.
I'm more interested in chemical composition and community, so I think if I wash it off well, it'll be fine.
Okay.
I'm off shift now, but I'm also on super shift from 8 to midnight.
Okay.
Do we have an estimate for when?
As soon as we're done with this, we're gonna go over to Muscles 1. Jill's gonna scope IGT stuff and then super before everything else.
Yep.
So,
That's great.
30 minutes maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe 45.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pick up another copy.
Yeah.
Solid down there anyways.
I take it you're going off watch. I don't feel strongly about this, but I thought you might want on your radar. So it's yeah, they're small. I think they're very hot. There's a timestamp, and it's based on the best cross-referencing I could do. The marker drop is Chimney 1.
Okay.
Well, that's Chimney 1 on this site. The timestamp, Chimney 1, timestamp 1740. 43. That's not the timestamp on the annotation, actually. That's just the frame grab I took. 1740, 43 UTC. my project, you want it, but it fell in sediment. I figured if it's probably fine. Do you want to go or do you want to do the sampling?
Oh, I can go. Yeah, up to you.
Sorry, no, I just didn't watch it from the other room and figured you were rock sampling.
Yeah, this
Should've
is
come in
just
and
the oh, don't worry, I have no idea what time it is. This is just the IGT pair.
Okay.
So I think this is our attempt at piece 3 for rock 2.
Yep.
I think if it crumbles, we'll just take what we've
Thank
got and move on.
Okay. So my only job is to get this. You weren't rock sampling other entrances, little bits here.
No, this is just the pair, and then we're moving to muscles 1, and we'll do super, and then Jill's second IGTs.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Together again. My friends.
Sorry. Yeah, as soon as what happens, all the prep work, none of the action.
What do you think of that rock?
That's what we're going for, I think.
Huh?
Yeah, the
Oh,
You're going for the shiner.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to
hours
this.
and a half.
What about this rock?
No.
Get an hour of pilot face
Okay,
early.
this one up here. I got your fancy here, so. No, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's like,
Oh, look at this! It's like, oh, it's been preordained. Oh, that's very, very.
Too slow.
We got to do it though. We got to do it.
Yeah,
I saw such dramatic. All right.
that was on purpose, was it?
Well, which one are you talking about?
So I don't know, I witnessed
I can't
one,
find
and it
it.
was like, knocked it away and then went in with ice.
Oh yeah, that was not.
Yeah,
And
That
I thought
was-
it looked deliberate, but.
That was definitely deliberate. That was not the one I was talking about.
That was another one.
Hold on, we're about to fall off this rock.
I took
The rock we were on just decided I didn't want to be there
I
anymore.
annotated our dive plan.
Alright, so hold on, let me
to annotation. It's not the dive plan, it's just this.
Got it.
yeah, we just broke that rock
So
off.
for the push cores at the active site, I have inactive
What?
2,
That's all
inactive
moving
4,
on.
Chimney 4 like possible.
Okay.
Also here, the base of Chimney 7 might be
Okay.
possible.
Got it.
Gives a bonus geo. Because
Can
it does
you
Pagoda's the
Yeah,
wall,
the
we don't have one, but
Pagodas are pretty
Yeah.
cool. I think, so I'll turn to JC to pick core sites. Here's the
All right. Hi, everyone.
Caitlin, yeah.
We're in the middle of a bit of a watch change. We've got watch leads switching out and some pilots switching out.
Gotcha. General state. Gotcha.
We all just had our mid-cruise barbecue, so we've all come back very fueled and ready to take more hydrothermal vent samples. We've had a couple of geological samples of varying success. But we're all waiting patiently for that perfect one. Watch leads are also handing over as well, catching up on what sort of sampling has been checked off already, what hasn't. And looking on our maps to see where we could possibly go next.
It is a hot seat for real.
Right now, we've got Dr. Pete Gerges on watch, Harvard University. We've got Mike as pilot, Doug as co-pilot, and I'm Sophia, I'm the multimedia technician. I'm super stoked to be bringing you the stream today.
Easier for me to come down a touch.
Very much so. I was just introducing the watch. If you'd like to say hello.
Hello, hello. My name is Pete Gerges. I am watch lead for this evening. You are joining us here on Falcor 2. This watch's name, we decided watches should have names. We folks are Krillinet. This is the Krillinet watch. Coming at you from the Galapagos Spreading Center. I'm hanging out with JC, my colleague from the USGS, and Phil, my colleague from the University of Rhode Island. We're trying to set up to grab this sulfide sample that our pilot friends are setting up to get. And we are standing by for any questions you may have, so send them on in. How you doing, Sophia?
Doing pretty good. I feel pretty fueled after dinner.
Indeed. We had a mid-expedition barbecue courtesy of our chefs and stewards and the ship crew. It was pretty epic.
It was also a great opportunity to check in with everybody because we're here for so many hours that we forget that other people exist that are an important part of this whole operation. So it was really nice to check in with everybody.
It was.
Yes, I should ask you the same question. How are you doing tonight, Pete?
I am above average.
Above average.
Sophia, every time you ask me that,
Yeah,
I
I was
tell you the
gonna
same
say.
thing. That's like my go-to. I'm doing great, actually. It was really nice to have the mid-cruise barbecue. I did take a little nap in the back of the control room here at about 5 to 5:30 local time.
Good.
So folks, Sophia has put up some acoustic dampening pads on the wall to kind of keep the echoes down, and I was so appreciative because that is a nice little headrest. You've made a cool little sleeping corner back there.
Thank you. You should see my office upstairs.
Is it padded like a room? Like a padded room?
Pretty much, yeah. It's on D deck. It's got sound panels, like actually built in, not these faux sound panels that I've created.
Oh, okay. My mind went somewhere else when I was thinking of padded room. Like it's where they put Sophia on bad days. The grumpy days.
Grumpy days.
I'm sure there's some grumpy days out here.
Yeah.
Graceful exits.
But today isn't one of them. So
Thankfully,
folks,
no.
all right, folks who are out there,
Okay.
you
You're here.
let us know if you've got questions about what you're looking at. This is a hydrothermal vent structure. I don't know what the name of this one is. Do you know?
This one.
Chimney 7. Oh, Hogwarts? All right. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on air, so we're going to call it Hugwarts.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
I don't think we'll get into trouble just for saying something.
You never know.
I mean, yeah, I shouldn't. Yeah. You never know.
You never know.
Although I do think that name fits really nicely with this Christmas Navidad
does. It does.
theme that we have going on. It's quite magical.
Sir? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And they're definitely one that's pretty grumpy looking. Now, in terms of that sulfide we're trying to collect, let me turn to the back of the room here. Amy, so any opposition to getting a different piece other than the one?
Well, we've got 2 from the orifice, and we can get more. The question is, so we'll split this one, Jill, Jacob, and I. And I feel like Jacob's the wild card because he has a biomass need, and we don't quite know what that is. So he'll get a decent-sized piece from this, but if you get more, would be beneficial, and we can keep going.
I wonder if we should try to get more from the Pagodas.
Yeah.
And in the interest of time, let's move on.
Let it, yeah.
Let's do it. Okay. All right, gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and pass on trying to get that little piece because we are looking to go sample some other sulfides from the Pagodas. There's a little flanges. You'll know it when you see them. So what do we have next on our list here? Let me just take a quick peek at our dive plan. Mussels 1 from the back of the room. Mussels 1. So, if you please, take us to Mussels 1.
Of course.
Warp speed.
Warp speed engaged.
Oh my God, it's like I'm sitting next to Scotty. So cool.
I've got no power.
You just made my whole night. All right, well, we are settling in to make a move. Oh, JC, you want to, if you're game, tell us a little bit about these structures and what I'm curious, what looks similar or different to you at this site versus some of the other sites?
I feel like this site we're seeing lots more tall, narrow chimney structures rather than
Like
kind of the thicker clusters we were seeing.
got it, like spindly.
And that area actually go up it.
Nice.
Yeah.
With some beehives at the top.
With some beehives at the top. Still no riftia worms though, which is making me a little sad.
Pump up the ISO and then set. Please. Yeah, it's good.
So these pillow basalts look different too, because we see white patches of microbial mat. So this is really different than our expedition yesterday. Our hunt for the missing vents.
Much more live here.
Yeah, right?
So the muscles further up, further up.
That's a good question.
A little loop there.
Yeah.
That was little flanges, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right. We got a couple of little flanges. We got some microbial mat patches, some tiny little pagodas right below us there. Oh, this is wild. It's like a tiny little smoker. You see there's a diffuse flow there.
This one, and now this is Chimney 1.
Oh, this is Chimney 1? Okay. I think there is a Chimney 1 sampling plan. Oh, actually, this is what we wanted to sample. But is Amy still in here?
I'm still here.
Amy, should we keep going to mussels and do this later? Or should we do it now because we're here?
Mussels is only like 5 meters.
Let's go to mussels? What do you think, Amy?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
IGT.
All right. You are welcome to veto that, but
We might wind up coming back to Chimney, but let's go look at mussels.
agreed.
We might do the IGTs from Chimney.
Yeah, well, let's see what we have at mussels, but
Roger that.
it's not too hot. We'll come back to
Oh, it's our co-chief scientist from the back of the room. Welcome.
Thanks. I'll forewarn you, the mussels is a little underwhelming. Yeah, there's not a lot of flow.
Close.
Yeah, there's some muscle.
Over here?
I was wondering
That could be it, yeah. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah. And this little.
Alright, so this is a separate muscle patch than what we sampled earlier today. They don't look like they're driving.
All right. Now, are we setting up Jill to do something here?
Well, I'm interested in looking for shimmering flow.
Okay.
That's coming up to the rock.
Roger, that there's something just underneath the side cams. There's a little bit of shimmer. I don't know if you all can see that if you move back a tiny bit.
On the port side.
On the port side.
Oh, yeah, I see that there. I was gonna land here, but I can easily.
I think if you lateral over a bit, yeah, and land with, yeah. See how you're setting up nicely for it? So if you could set up to sample that flow, it'll give Jill a chance to decide if that's what she wants. So you might lateral over and rotate the vehicle to face it, or however you think you can best get at it. Thank you.
That's what's over there. It's coming out of that hole with the crab in it.
I believe it is, yeah.
I've only ever seen the casings on like crusts and stuff and nodules. So.
Nice. Oh, I love it. That was so cool.
That was so awesome.
And then we got a total photo bombing squat lobster. Pick me.
I think it'd be worth using a high T probe to look in that little hole where the crab is.
Yeah.
Check the temperature in there.
You have to answer the crab's riddle.
There you go.
Did you figure that?
You happy with that, Mike?
Huh? Me too.
No. Do y'all mind if I take the side cam for a bit and try to hone in on that? Or okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Jill. We're gonna take a look at this. Let's go a bit slower than that. Yeah, it is. I mean, really clearly is. It really clearly is. Yep.
Right above that lower squat lobster.
Yeah.
Fuzzy one.
Yeah. Yep.
That's where it's coming out.
Come on. Yeah. I'm going to zoom in a tiny bit more. There's a second one off to the left. This one looks pretty
This
focused.
looks pretty focused and not artificial. Presenting a good opportunity.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of sediment.
Either. I don't think so.
So as far as diffuse flows go, that's pretty awesome. So you got a bunch of limpets there. I'd like to wager on the temperature. I'm gonna guess. Oh man, I
I'll
don't.
let you wager first.
90.
Ooh, I was gonna go for 80.
Oh, I was gonna go for 85.
Okay, we got a 90, 85, and 80.
102.
102. Do I hear a 103?
98.
I hear a 93. 70. All right.
88.
All right. So Dr. Jill has kind of blown us out of the water doing this before. So let's see how it goes this time.
That is all I do.
Yeah. Well, you do it well. Okay, folks. So we'll start with the high T probe.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
This isn't muscle.
Fortunately, you're clear there.
True muscle. True. We think in another place that we thought was muscle one. But this is a very muscle one. So.
Muscle one, but not the same spot that we sampled the muscle.
Yeah, not the same spot. We sampled for muscles around, I think it was like 1800 BTC.
And was that animal one?
That was the animal one. Hey, that's, or no, it's animal two. Animal two.
That just moved your forearm. I think it maybe did. Do more damage of super.
Most of it fine craftsmanship on the bracket. That's amazing.
That's what I was thinking. When I'm slow. I'll be far enough there. Yeah, just a second. Once I get it set to move. Oh, 2 and 3.
Yeah, one was in this far.
That's fine.
Yeah, one more.
I forgot to do it in colors.
Yeah, it's not far.
Oh my gosh, delay.
It's like an inch away.
And we have a comment here about the cusk predation that we witnessed this morning. Likely there have been some photos circulating around on the internet, but that was in part 1, so all of our dives are recorded. Feel free to go back and find it. It was pretty much within an hour of starting part 1, but I can go back and give you that timestamp if you're interested. Yeah, definitely a super unique thing that we've witnessed today. Oh. Some folks are already on the timestamp. Perfect. Thank you for that.
There's also like just little zoanthids on them.
The science party was having a nice chat about the cusk predation, as we're calling it. And a couple of things to keep in mind. One is there's a number of examples where we see predation events that we're pretty sure are opportunistic or irregular. I think I don't know that one can assume that that happens often. Most of the time, we try to tiptoe in here, if you will, with the vehicle and not try to perturb too much. But like any ecosystem, just some vibrations, some light, some noise, may lead to an unintentional bumping into one another. That being said, there are plenty of examples of organisms, especially fishes, feeding on other fishes in that manner, and you are welcome to look into that a bit more. But a lot of fishes actually have evolved defenses against that, so they have a dorsal spine on the top of their body that sticks forward, that as a bigger fish tries to swallow them, the spine sticks forward, jabs the other fish on top of its mouth, and they get spit out. So there are some themes we see in the way fishes have evolved to cope with predation by larger fishes. And it's really hard to know what the implications are of what we saw, but it's really fascinating to start thinking about whether or not this is common. There have not been a lot of observations of vent predation in general, which are not really here all that often.
It's a rip kit. Right behind the hand is a rip kit.
Yeah, it's true. I'm trying not to get too excited about it,
Okay,
but
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. Small moves.
Wait, there is a rip kit?
Yeah, it's right behind the high-T probe right now. Good eyes, Nicole.
Pete, can you both your eyes so it's one notch?
Let me ask.
On the science com?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
The high-temp probe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up there. It's a little small. I was trying to change it. It doesn't have a label, but I can make it bigger if it's easier. Yeah, let me make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, I'm just trying out a different format. So let me know if you like it or not. I can change it.
That is nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, how are we doing? We are at 4, 4.9, 5.2. And climbing, 10. 10.55 C on the temperature probe.
Alright. You guys at a different angle so I can get a little deeper in there.
Yeah, see if you can yaw to your starboard once you shoulder your azimuth. You get azimuth more in the middle.
There you go.
Yaw. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, rotate will help as well. Yeah.
Temperature climbing, 14.
I'm trying to right in that cave.
15.
Do you have the length if you sort of elbow out and pitch down so that you can get more up and down on it rather than, don't know if you're going to have the reach. If you don't, maybe you try and reposition a little bit. So maybe down with your shoulder, out with your elbow.
Oh, oh.
So you're under sit. Maybe give a little turn counterclockwise.
Nice. Nice job, Tyler. All right.
Get in the hole.
Temperature at 15, 14.94. 15. 16.
Back a little bit.
Are those called scaly worms? Yeah.
Which worms? There, I see limpets. I see serpulid worms. I see amphipods. I see little cnidarians. Do you see the like little worms with armor plates on it? Yeah, those would be scale worms.
Is there a different place you guys would like to try and get closer to the back rock if we can?
If we can, although it looks like it might be a little narrow. There we go.
Yeah, if you keep
Yeah,
moving
15.
there, Tyler, pitch out,
16.
rotate your jaws counterclock as you go.
It might really just be 16.
Where?
It might be.
It might not be as hot as we know. It's hard to tell until you check.
They're so cute.
The little serpulid worms.
Well, what do you think about the flows? If we lateral over to here.
Yeah, that's a good
that
question.
looks stronger.
That's a good question.
Some more reach. Yeah, just a sec, I'll pull in the rails.
This one is not
Maybe your set to that.
Okay.
Yeah, right, I'll pull us in a little bit.
All right. Let's
Is that okay to what? To interrupt?
Yes.
Do you want to get your IGTs done before the super? Or would you prefer that?
No, the super is first.
Okay, are you sure?
Okay. We just have to pick the right spot first. Okay.
All right. We're. Yeah. That.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's his house.
Wait, he was just blocking the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you come Ozzy inboard a bit more,
Poke the crab.
use your yaw. As you come more central with arm, use your yaw to sort of poke it in where he's coming out.
Well, if there weren't a crab
Yeah.
You know, if this were a boxing match, it'd be like
Yeah.
featherweight
This
versus.
tube worm,
Yeah.
is interesting. That's a species we've been looking for.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get there in a
There's another
second.
baby one right there.
Yep,
See it? That's
yep,
a little
yep.
radius.
So Jill, I have a question. Do you see shimmer? So the fact that this crab's in here tells me it's
Yeah.
not that
See it
warm.
right there?
Yeah.
But do you think that there's warmer water here or on the left? Because you want to go left? Okay. All right, Mike and Tyler, why don't we pull the, just kind of retract the temperature probe. Let me focus in on Riftia a little bit and at least get some pictures of that, and then we'll do that for 30 seconds and then move over. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Jill actually.
All right, can I take SciCam?
2 seconds, I'll just make sure it's
Roger that.
out and clear.
Roger that.
Look at those 3 squat lobsters on that rock in a triangle.
Good data. All yours, Pete.
Thank you much. Okay, let's zoom in right near our lasers here. Oh, tiny Riftia. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. That's it. And the infamous Riftia pachyptala.
That's so exciting.
Because if we are looking around, while we're setting up to sample Jill's flows, which are a little bit off to the left there, then we can, if we see a small piece, Nicole, that would be worth sampling and exploring, we can do that. Now I'm going to show you a baby Riftia. It is so small, tiny little Riftia. And so, folks, our viewers at home, these are very cute, but Riftia get to be pretty big. They can have tubes of about 2 meters long. The worms themselves are about a meter, pretty commonly, reaching a meter long, and they are epic. It's kind of like a giant Polish sausage stuffed into a white tube that makes a living on the seafloor. And well, I'll just kind of leave it at that for now. Oh, there's a little shiny scale worm. All right. I'm going to come wide on the camera and turn it back over to the pilots, and then why don't we set up to wherever Jill wants us to take another fluid sample.
Okay. I'd like us to turn about 90 degrees so we can look at where the source of this shimmer is.
Okay.
Way over here. So we'll have to move a little bit this way.
Yeah. Right. Perfect.
Thanks.
Yeah. Pull that up out the way and I'll get there.
See if we can find something 40 degrees or hotter.
And folks at home, keep your eye on the little serpulid worms. Okay, we're setting up to take another temperature measurement. Oh, sorry folks, I keep bumping the arm here and it gives us a little thump.
So the one big triangle.
Dr. Jill, do you want to,
This crack here.
yeah, you want to check out this crack and then the other one to the left?
Sure.
Okay. What do you think, Tyler? Want to try that one there and maybe one to the left?
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
All right.
From the top so you can see better on the sides and where you're going. And you get that watch out that helps your ranking.
All right, you are joining us live on Falcor 2. This is the 8 to midnight Krillinet watch. I'm going to turn it over to JC and Phil to tell you a little bit about what they're doing out here. Let's start with Phil.
We just have to get a tea.
Oh no.
Phil? Phil?
Bill enjoys tea.
Yeah, exactly. JC,
Sorry, what was the question?
anything you want to say? about what you're doing out here.
So I am with the USGS Global Marine Minerals team, and I'm a physical scientist. And I help process samples and do data processing, and I get to go on these awesome cruises. That's
What?
everything about me.
All in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
What is the coolest rock you've seen on this cruise so far?
Oh my gosh. The active sulfide we were bringing up has been having some really nice formed crystals that are visually really striking.
Nice. Like
Pyrite.
like fool's gold?
Yes.
6 things there.
Do you have a favorite?
All right, we're
Our favorite sulfide.
we're climbing. We're at about 10.
Maybe Marcusite, our friend Marcusite.
Yeah, our friend Marcusite.
Mm-hmm.
Holding at 12 points. Oh, we get warming up a bit. Holding in the 12s. Holding in the 12s.
Pushing against the rock there.
Yeah.
That's as deep as you're gonna
Yeah.
get.
And we're not seeing, you know, even while you move it around, Tyler, it's not getting that much warmer.
Looks like a true 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Jill, you want to go to the next one?
Yeah.
Tyler, do you see the fissure over to the left?
Just over this little bridge here.
Over the river and through the hills?
The worms.
Through the worms. Yeah.
Yeah. And then if this isn't hot, we can move around and keep our eyes peeled. from
Roger that.
White cracks.
Roger that.
Take some patience. The diffuse fluids are harder to spot.
One of our viewers wants to know, JC, if we've had any geological surprises, or if Dr. Amy's back there.
This is my first time seeing flanges, and I thought it was really awesome.
Flanges. You want to tell us a bit about flanges? Do you have a hot mic? Where's your mic?
She has a hot mic.
Okay.
Oh gosh. Sorry.
And box.
Flanges are another hydrothermal chimney structure. I actually honestly don't know too much about them versus the beehive structure, but
I'm stretched out pretty far.
Yeah, they stick out sideways from the chimney.
Reposition this is kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
Getting
Pretty easy
anything
to
here.
look
I mean, if you want that,
Pan.
you can just shuffle over a bit.
Extending from the side of the chimney.
What do you think,
Just
Jill?
lift up, they're really cool.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Livable
No, we did
wall
pass
underneath
Chimney 1.
the plant.
Come up here, show.
I don't know if that's of interest to you.
Yeah, it's
There was
like
a-
a upside down pool of silver.
and in chimneys, crystals usually line the orifice in like a cylinder shape, but the flanges had like a wall or like a flat surface of crystals that are wonderful. Do you think those are chemically, geochemically different?
Good question. We'll find out.
Yeah. Well, we sampled some, so we're gonna take it home.
Looks like pyrite too.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah, pyrite's not a super common one. More common is pyrite or copper pyrite. And we definitely found one that seems like it's nice and cute crystals.
Yeah.
Like it was pyrite.
Pyrite has a cubic structure, which is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
As opposed to
You're happy. You're stored there.
Safe right there, yeah. Thank you, JC and Dr. Amy.
Bill's back.
Okay.
Phil.
Sorry, I keep touching it.
All right, folks, stand by. We're going to pick up here and we're going to just come up a little bit and see if we can see anything warmer. Anything under the mussels is not going to be, well, anything in the mussels won't be warmer. Could be a little warmer under. But Dr. Jill was pointing out that a lot of the cracks that are kind of they have a sort of a white finish to them. That's usually higher temperature microbial mats, or sometimes it's elemental sulfur. It's usually the mats though. And the mats are that creamy color because they have elemental sulfur in them. Amy, how often do you see elemental sulfur depositions outside of a microbe on the rocks here?
It's not super uncommon. Yeah, but it's not maybe as common as you think.
Agreed. Like the microbes are probably the most likely explanation, or a more likely explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely call it white microbial and not direct elemental sulfur. When we see elemental sulfur and it's not microbial related, it usually is yellow.
Yep.
It's a pretty characteristic color. Yeah.
And Amy, what makes some elemental sulfur yellow and some of it white?
That's a good question. Maybe the morphology, and also the biomass. When it's microbial, it's also has biomass associated with it.
Yep.
If it's pure elemental sulfur, it can be white, but the pure mineral form is more often yellow, and the color gets
Yeah.
bolder as the crystallinity gets better usually.
Yeah, so it sounds like, if I hear you correctly, it's like if it's more crystallized, maybe it takes on that yellowish color?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah. Go with that.
We'll go with that. Jill, I'm not sure I see anything warmer, but do you want to lateral over a bit?
Yeah, let's go to the right a little bit.
More on the right.
Oh, yeah, another thought. Polysulfides are also yellow, and then the associated polysulfides.
We'll return to the Chimney in a few minutes. And we'll keep our eyes peeled on other topics too.
Yeah, here's a little more of that. Though that looks has a blue tint to me, so that's probably a ciliate mat. That's right, Dr. Amy. I forgot about polysulfides. So they're super cool. I learned a lot about them from you when we were sailing together, and you were a senior graduate student, and I was amazed at how much you knew about sulfur and iron.
Yeah, sulfur and iron are fun elements, and they're all over these STEM fields, and they're important for all sorts of reasons. And I think sometimes we think about them in their end member forms a lot. So sulfide, which is fueling the chemosynthetic ecosystems, and then sulfate, which is the dominant form of sulfur in the rest of the ocean. But there's a whole arena of partially oxidized sulfur species in between those two that I don't think we give enough credit for. And I know that you think about these because they're also important in metabolisms, right? Like biosulfate.
Yep.
So
Let's go over to the Chimney.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tyler.
You got it. Just stretching out the arms there a little bit. All the way.
No, it's cool, Dr. Amy. It's like a sulfur buffet, and there's like the really good stuff, and everybody fights for that. But if any of you have ever been to a buffet, sometimes there's stuff that's maybe not the best, but you're like, well, that's good enough, but no one's picking a fight over it.
some people like that stuff better.
Yeah, and some people like this stuff better. It's kind of the same down here.
Pete, you were talking earlier about ciliate mats.
Yep.
Would you like to tell the audience a little bit about the difference between ciliates and other microbes that we could find down here?
I would love to talk with our viewers about ciliates, but only if they're going to do a little bit of the homework and help us out a bit here. Hoping that someone out there, one of our online viewers, can look up folliculinid, FOLLICULINID, I believe, folliculinid ciliate. and tell us what you find out, because I believe that's what we're seeing. We could use your help, folks. Yeah, those are the chimneys. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And I think we'll see when we get closer, but I believe we had like a little more focused flow. So going back to our temperature wager, did anyone guess down like near 15 or 16? Yeah. Who won that? Who guessed the lowest? Someone, I heard a 70. Was that you, Phil?
No.
No, you were like a 93. You were doing the split the difference thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely didn't say that.
Game in the system.
Pete, what's the low end of Riftia's happy range?
That's a great question. Riftia really love to live at around 10 degrees Celsius. Funny story, but a very true story. I'll tell you in a second after Jill sets us up for sampling. Yeah, what do you think, Jill?
Yeah, that one there, the lowest one.
Yeah, so guys, if we could set up, Mike, however you think we could set up to sample that sulfide, and then be able to take an IGT there if the temperature's right. That'd be great. Maybe let's start with an IGT.
No,
I mean, sorry,
we gotta do
Tempro.
Super first.
Sorry. Oh, you want to do super first? Can I do IGT first, or you want to do super
That's
first?
not in the protocol.
Darn
is
it, I'm
super
sorry.
first.
Temp. I keep mixing the two. Can we take a
We
temperature?
can check temp first. Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
curious to know the temperature.
Yeah, I'm kind of messing up my words.
And
Temperature
then we'll do
first.
Super?
Then super. Yep.
Well, provided the temperature looks good.
Agreed. So least invasive. That's kind of where we start.
Okay. Yeah. Temperature, super,
Thank you.
and then we'll do vents. But this looks promising.
I think so.
Could we pan the science camera just a little bit so it's a pretty shot so it can top of the Pagoda thing?
Nice.
Oh. Move like this way.
Want to give them a little while, will you? Yep.
Can you let Michelle know that we'll take super here? I did.
All right. While our pilot is setting up, we'll try and spell folliculinate again. I think it's FOLLICULINID. And if you type that in the word ciliate in your favorite search engine, it may autocorrect my spelling. I may be off by a letter, but it'd be great to see what you all find. And if you could post it, that'd be great. Thank you, Sophia, for
You're
the
welcome.
win.
You happy with this image? Start.
Yeah, and are you able to get the temperature probe nicely over that? Okay. While you're doing that, may I zoom in and just frame it up a bit?
Of course.
All right, thank you. Oh, there's a big old Godzilla arm. All right, we'll wait on the picture. No, but I think it's cool to see you reaching in there with your first ray gun. It's pretty funny, Sophia.
I was really confused for a second. I was like,
I can imagine.
that doesn't sound so right.
Who's this guy?
I do not know. I was just looking at that.
Looks like a snail.
Does look like a snail. I know, right? I,
Do you see this?
Roxy, that is
Is that a
not.
snail?
That is unnatural.
I don't know.
I just heard. I just heard Jill say, "Is that a snail?" Then I heard a poof.
You
And then-
said the magic word.
Did someone say snail?
Is that right there? That does look like a snail.
All right. So temperatures hovering at we're hitting 17,
One other snail.
16,
looks spiky.
18.
You saw another snail on this cruise?
All right.
Sorry, we were like literally about to lift off from a site, and I was like, no. I guess when I get.
All right, Tyler, it's cooling down a bit. Oh, it's up. There you go. It's up, 41, 51. Okay, hold it.
It's very hard to
I
see
saw 57.
Yeah, I did too. So
Yeah, we'll take
you're
it.
close, bud.
This looks good.
Yeah, you want it? Okay, you happy? You want Tyler to try see a different temperature? Or you want to wait
Could be, but it does look spiky.
for sample
I
time?
don't need it.
Okay. All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and. All right.
Was it easier if I keep it?
What is it?
Is it, I mean, keep it.
That's one guess that it's closed out. Yeah. Right.
Some of the people really like this.
All right.
Coffee real, that doesn't work.
Okay, so we had a high. What was it, Jill? You saw 57, right? Okay, so folks, can we go ahead and make a note that we measured a high of 57 before we did any sampling?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if you wanna do it before you grab at it?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay, super, yeah.
All right. So next on our checklist is super sampling. Who's on super duty?
Either here, yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Sorry. That's an hour of energy. Oh, really?
Yeah, two tiny ones.
Just babies and then a teeny baby. Oh, yeah.
All right. May I zoom in? Oh, you guys are busy. Never mind.
Did we confirm, or we decided on that?
I think it's in
So we're on the super.
Okay, we're setting up to take a super sample.
So
Team Super or Dr. Roxy, where do you want it?
I think we're doing this is the near orifice, which is 1 to 5 meters above the flow.
Okay,
So usually, and we have the temperature probe out at the same time.
roger that. So Tyler, are you familiar with this?
Next,
Yeah, we'll get that squared up.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Do we have
I would like to do an what's sorry?
Sorry, do we have our animator on the
No.
carving
Yeah,
today?
no, we don't. I would like to do one farther away from the like a 10-meter away, or what we call our near chimneys, but that can be done after the IGT.
Okay.
And I want to do a longer one,
Alright.
so it's probably best to do that.
All right.
Just have to sit for
Yeah.
20 minutes.
So we do 145 minutes here, 57.
Okay. Well, Mike, we're going to go above. So the question is, how do you get that probe tip about 1 meter above the orifice? Can you take a guess as to what that height is?
Setup time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to put the temp probe about 1 meter above that 57 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, I would just estimate a meter being
Yeah, I'm thinking
a little bit
that looks about right to me, if you agree. And kind of keep it in the shimmer if you can. See there, Tyler? I think you're in the back a bit. Yeah,
shimmer's sort of coming towards
it's coming towards us. Yeah, because there's a current. So maybe we bring it a little bit closer. Something like that. Yeah, it's billowing away. Is Dr. Roxy back there?
I'm here.
Okay, so it's bottom temperature now.
Yeah. I
Do
think that's fine for the other one, sort of like a very
see,
steady temperature. not
so,
like-
so we're getting a whiff, right?
I think that's okay.
Are you happy with this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if you look in the sort of down-looking cam, you can see that the current's blowing it a bit this way, or
Yeah.
maybe
I
it's
think
thrusters.
It's not even coming up as high unless it's going over here.
I agree.
Well, I think it's going, it's wafting around the
It's
little way.
wafting around, yeah.
We just got a 3,
Yeah,
and then it was just going back and forth.
yeah.
So do you want to come down and a bit further away from it to catch the
I think-
current?
Yeah, I get, well, I don't know, this is hard because it's trying to do this for Katie and Maggie. It's not a black smoker, so I guess we can come down into the flow a little bit.
Yeah, you know, knowing Karthik's work, that he's just trying to capture the plume influence at 1 meter
Right.
on a big black smoker, and
Right.
that's not this.
But I also
But-
don't want to get too.
I know, yeah. It's a tough call.
Now I feel like it's going this way a little bit. That's looking a bit shimmery on the tip.
Okay, but now you're about 1 meter away, but you're sort of downwind.
That's probably good then. It's like in the,
You cool with that?
let's just see what the temperature looks like where we.
Yeah, so it's again wafting by, so we're going to get hits. Yep, 4, 4.2, 3.9, 3.
Yeah, I think this is okay because this is clearly influenced.
Yep.
But
You okay with that, Dr. Roxy?
yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and lock it and set up the super sampling here. we're going to say that in the notes that we're probably about 1 meter away. Would you all agree with that? Something like that. But we positioned it to the, gosh, I don't know what direction we're facing. We're positioned to like
almost north.
Yeah. So let's just say the wind's blowing ballpark south. No, yeah, southwest.
We're 343 degrees
Right.
at the moment on our head.
Can we roughly say southwest then? Not that it matters that
Yeah.
much. All right.
Yeah.
So very roughly, about 1 meter away to the southwest, where we saw some shimmering water and temperatures between 4 and 6. Thank you. Yeah, our viewers at home, you all are onto it. The folliculinate ciliates are really cool. They are present at a lot of the hydrothermal vents. I don't remember, Dr. Roxy, if they're in Laos.
No, I don't think they're in the Western Pacific.
Okay, so which means that they, to my knowledge, we've seen them up in the Juan de Fuca ridge segment, which is off of Washington in Canada. We've seen them in the Guaymas Basin, a little bit at the EPR, and quite a bit of them here, and they have a kind of a blue sheen to them. But really, we don't know a lot about those ciliates, and we don't know a lot about a lot of ciliates. And Dr. Roxy, in addition to doing super cool work on mussels and clams and their symbiosis, also does really, really cool work on ciliates and their symbionts. So you should check out her research website.
Do you see folliculinates here? Is that why we're talking about?
We did, yeah. Saw a patch on the down face of a rock.
No, I just haven't seen them at all yet.
I've seen them on 2 other structures, Roxy.
Okay. Oh. I missed that.
Yeah, but that was 2 structures in iguanas, none in pinguinos that I'm aware of. And this was the first time I've seen them since.
We'll have a look around, Pete.
Happily. If I can take science cam, we're just going to play around. So folks in the control room, folks at home, any requests? You want to zoom in on these little folks? You want to zoom out? Oh, look at that. I forgot what these are called, but these are really wild. If you look closely, there's like this little pom-pom at the end of a stalk. See that?
Nice.
I do not remember what that is.
So are they like tube worms as well?
Yeah, I think it's a part of the feeding apparatus, like feeding appendages of these little serpulid worms. It like comes out of their middle. It's kind of a spooky alien thing going, but I do not know. I spent a lot of my career studying animals, but a kind of a small number of animals, like Riftia. I've done a lot of work on Riftia and a lot of work on their biochemistry, so I can tell you all about how they work on the inside. But sometimes when it comes to the outside stuff for some of these animals, I'm like, oh, it's an appendage. Any requests, folks? You want to zoom on in? Someone wants to zoom in on it all. All right, let's go to the squat lobster. Whoa.
Lasers off too.
Yeah. Thank you, Roxy.
It's like a watercolor, yeah.
It is like a watercolor. All right, I'm gonna pan over a little bit. I think I like this. I think we'll give this about 30 seconds.
I have a question for you, Pete.
What's up?
What are the worm tubes made out of? What material?
Chitin? Sorry, did you say cheese? Cheese! Oh.
All right.
So
Cheese tubes on board.
right. Dr. Amy and I go way back to when we had a chance to work together, and I implicitly trusted anything she said about minerals, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Oh my god.
So these are kind of cool. I love these little feathery stalks. I have a question for Mike and Tyler. When you go home and you talk to your friends about what you do, what do you say?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I've got a lot of friends that work in this industry. A lot of people that work in the oil and gas industry doing ROVs. And everybody's very, very jealous of the opportunity that I've managed to land on this boat, that's for sure.
No kidding.
Yeah, very jealous.
No kidding. Now, I've heard that from friends. I have a bunch of friends like you, not maybe as many, but who work as ROV pilots in oil and gas. And my impression is that it's really lucrative and you can learn a lot, but then maybe at a time it gets a little demanding and repetitive. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say that's fair, definitely. I mean, what I go back and tell people is that I'm learning so much, having all the experts on board. We're flying around looking at these things, and there's always somebody in the room that knows what we're looking at and has a very detailed description of what we're seeing, and I just find it amazing learning new things every single day.
That is very cool. Very cool. What about you, Tyler?
I do not have a lot of friends in the oil and gas industry, so I don't have a shorthand to reference for my friends and family. So I have to start at the basics. You know, it's a remotely operated vehicle. It's tethered to the ship. There are no humans in it. It's about the size of a Mini Cooper, a little bit taller. So we start the basics, but luckily there's a lot of videos online I can refer them to. So yeah, deep sea scientific research and exploration, and if they have any kind of understanding of, if you say hydrothermal vents or Galapagos Islands or those kind of key terms, then people get really excited.
Nice.
But yeah, there's a lot of, you know, going back to basics and explaining things, which is all right.
Absolutely. No, likewise, I get a kick out of going back and, you know, it's telling folks how much I learned from you all as pilots too, because my favorite thing to do is just to kind of look up at the, you know, ROV controls and ask, you know, what does that do? What's the payout? What's the delta? And I try to go easy on you guys because I'm sure it can get a little intense. Because otherwise I'd be like, Tyler, what's tension? Tyler, what's payout? Tell me about the winch.
Yeah.
What's a SOG? And it goes on and on. But it is really cool, right? And I think that, not to get too schmaltzy on you all, but it's really neat because everybody really does have something to offer, and we couldn't really do this job with just any one of us or any subset of us. So it's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, and I think it works best when we ask each other questions and try to learn what everyone's doing, so you have a bigger picture idea of what's going on.
Yep.
Yeah,
I hear ya. Dr. Roxy, got a question. Is that an Albinococcus snail?
No, unfortunately it's not.
Yeah, Roxy would probably be the first to wish that were so.
Not found in the Eastern Pacific as far as we know.
Yep. It really did look like a bald up anemone when we zoomed in.
Yes, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah. So y'all have been watching us do a lot of filtering. This device is called a super sampler, and I keep forgetting, what does super stand for? Does anybody remember?
Suspended particle, what does that say for? Yes.
suspended particle rosette sampler?
Yep.
Okay. We
I think maybe they were aiming for that.
yeah, well, someone really wanted to be called super. Oh man. It is really neat though, folks. Like, we have a lot of tools to sample water, but we don't have as many tools to sample smaller bits of water and filter it. Some of you may have seen these big things called major samplers. They're pretty much titanium syringes, and they can take a bunch of water, like 750 mils or 1.5 liters if there's 2 of them, so about a 2-liter soda bottle worth, but they don't hold gas. And then Dr. Jill works on these gas-tight samplers that take much less water. I don't know if Dr. Jill's in here.
No.
Does anybody know what the volume is?
I think it's like 150 milliliters.
I think that sounds right, so 150 mils or so. But they're amazing because they hold all the gas, and then Dr. Jill can take it and get all the gas out and analyze it. But it's surprisingly hard to take tiny bits of water on the seafloor, say 10 mils or 20 mils, and it's equally hard to filter 10 or 20 liters onto a filter. And the super sampler is really cool because we can filter lots and lots of liters and collect the microbes and particles and do the work. So that's why we are willing to sit here for 20, 30, 40 minutes and sample it, because the data are pretty awesome. I'm also impressed at how well you all use the manipulators, and it blows my mind every time. I'm assuming the different brands have kind of different control systems, some more intuitive than others?
The ones that we use here, Schillen T4 is pretty much the industry standard nowadays. Most ROV systems that I've worked on, and that I've heard of, mainly have at least one of these arms, and Schillen tend to be at the forefront of all this robotic technology. I haven't worked in an ROV without a Schillen arm for a very, very long time.
Wow, nice. I did not know that. Huh.
Yeah. It's kind of like a standard. Knowing how to use one of these is part of your basic ROV training, really.
Got it.
In oil and gas, they tend to only have one, and you would have a more heavy duty arm, which tends to sometimes be a rig master.
Yeah.
And it's more for grab and hold of things, and moving things around, where this is more the precision work, the more delicate work.
Now, I have seen other manipulator arms. It doesn't matter, I suppose, doesn't matter what the brand is, but they had a lot of seemingly more fancy controls, and I know they had things like force feedback, and I've seen a lot of that go away. I don't think you all have force feedback here, right?
No.
And it seemed that it caused more headache than it's worth sometimes.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any experience of that personally, but yeah, I mean, training up using these arms, you get used to using all your cameras, and you get to, obviously your pilot and co-pilot both work together, try and be an extra set of eyes, because when you're zoned in the business end where the jaws are, you maybe don't notice that you're, especially on here, hitting something on the front porch or moving up against a rock. So it really takes both of you to sort of be fully aware, checking all your cameras and giving advice, no matter how much experience you've got. Right.
Well, since how comfortable are you us taking the SciCam and going somewhere else? Would you be cool with that?
Yeah.
You feel pretty stable with the arms?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm wondering if you two are game, if you could give us a tour of the Schillings. I think we hear you all talk about, shoulders and elbows, and I'm kind of curious if you all wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Right, so we start down here.
Anatomy lesson.
Right, an anatomy lesson, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So the joints in your master controller.
Yeah.
This one at the back.
Yeah.
So it's a 7-function manipulator.
Right. And that
Yes.
means it's sort of got 7 degrees of freedom, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. So this one at the back here
Yeah.
pivots round, obviously a certain amount of degrees. That's your azimuth.
Azimuth. Got it.
Then this ram that you see in the center here
Yeah. Yeah.
would be your shoulder up and down.
Got it. So that's shoulders up,
So
shoulder
that's
down.
your shoulder up and
Got
down,
it.
which relates to this joint. So your azimuth
Yeah.
on here.
Uh-huh.
This would be your shoulder
Oh, cool.
up and down.
Okay.
This one is your elbow.
Yeah.
So you've got to think of the arm as actually like this.
Got it. Got it. May I pan this up or
Yeah.
tilt this up rather? And then there we go. So we're gonna. So that's the elbow, right?
Super sample's done.
Super samples done.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's the That's the elbow,
Nice.
and then down from the elbow,
Yeah.
further down is the pitch joint,
Got it. Pitch.
which you go in and out.
Yeah.
And under that is your yaw,
Pitch and yaw. Got it.
side to side,
And then the wrist rotates.
and then the wrist rotates.
Awesome.
It can go. We use it mostly in position, but it's got the function that it can just keep turning and spinning.
Oh, that's so
depending
cool.
on the function you select in the master controller.
Amazing.
And the jaws, obviously,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
can
yeah.
be set to various different settings as well.
That's cool, Mike. Thank you.
Position and like a toggle, sort of one button does the
Mhm.
same thing, and that's controlled by either the jaw bands on here
Got it.
or the button. I find we use the button; it's a bit more reliable because the jaw
Got it.
bands can be a bit temperamental.
A little twitchy, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Mike. That was amazing. Let's come back to that in a second. But so we're done with the super. So
We're now doing what we call our mid-buoyant plume sample, which I guess we
Yep.
have to reinterpret here.
Yeah.
It's like it's somewhere in this flow, maybe, I don't know, 5 meters away.
should we back off, Roxy, and just try to take our best guess? That's-
Yeah, that's kind of what I think what we're going to have to do is look
Okay.
at the flow and then back
All right.
off.
Yeah. All right. Let's do that. So yeah, Mike, whatever you think is a reasonable path to. Roxy, can you see it on the pilot's down cam here?
Stand up.
Yeah. Sorry, but it looks like it's going down here.
Okay, so yeah, off to the.
See a little bit of shimmer right down there. I don't know, Roxy, if you can see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind of going off to this.
Oh,
way.
now it's off going that way. Yeah.
And then back the other one.
I'm wondering if 5 meters might be just behind those 2 big rocks that are under the temp probe now.
Yeah, just behind there.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And looking at the side cam, I wonder, do we? Yeah, I guess we can sort of lateral over maybe a tiny bit.
Yeah, to our port. You think?
I think.
Or to-
Oh, Roxy, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
it keeps blowing.
I mean, I guess we could try to go. How difficult would it's probably gonna be very hard to go up above by like a couple meters.
Yeah, and
right?
like hold attitude somewhere up here.
Is that possible?
What do you guys think?
Try.
Okay.
I mean, we're bobbing around, the plume's bobbing around,
I mean,
but
yeah, I don't obviously can't be perfect, but I mean,
right. But I think it's a good idea, Roxy, if you do.
yeah, I'm trying to achieve a sort of what it would be a mid-buoyant plume for them in a.
I think is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
eye on
seems-
it. Cheers, bud.
All right, and where's our and our altitude right now is 2 meters
I think
off
that's-
bottom.
Yeah, we still see influence.
Yep, I agree. You want to try this? We're 2.5 meters.
Can we go up a little bit higher if possible, actually? Because this seems similar in temperature to what we just did.
That's a good point.
Um,
Probably getting an influence from this other one too.
yeah, although it obviously moves around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe like here. What is our?
We're hovering
altitude?
we're hovering at 2 and we're about we're
Yeah.
at just under 3.
Okay, I think that's okay if it's possible to maintain relatively still.
Let's see, I've just put in my auto depth, so I'm hoping that it stabilizes in just a second.
Okay.
Roger that.
So if I put on auto altitude, it's going to pick up all the. No, it's going to hold pretty well. So you want to be roughly 2 meters, did you say?
Yeah, 2.5. That's fine. I mean, see where we are temperature wise.
Let's put a little bit over here.
Or even 3 is okay.
Yeah, I've got a set point of 3 meters altitude just now.
Okay, that works. So you think it's set as it can be at this point?
Yeah,
Okay, so I will go ahead and go to the next.
positioned, bobbing about a little bit. So.
Yeah, it's holding pretty well, Roxy. It's hovering between 2.8 and 3.1.
I think that's great.
Cool.
Okay, so we're all the way past 3. So I'm going to go ahead and do our flush.
Yeah.
So starting flush.
Holding at 2.3, 2.8, holding at 3.
Just usually keeps us kind of in the right position. It's drifting a little bit.
Thank you, viewers, for the props. Appreciate it.
Do you think we need to come over to the port a little bit?
What are we calling this Chimney one?
I'll ask you, what do you think? 'Cause it looks like it's sort of blowing that way, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
We're
now.
calling this Chimney 1.
This is Chimlet 1, and Roxy, Mike's got a question. He sees it blowing a bit to the port and wants to know if you want to crab over a bit and try to get into that, or you want to hold?
I think we can hold.
Okay, roger that. We'll hold.
Station keep us on. Hopefully it keeps us.
Yeah, well, everyone's doing the best they can, including the plume. It's just, here we are. Yeah, thanks for the tour of the arm, though. That was very cool. So I'm going to see if I can remember this. So you've got azimuth, shoulder,
Yeah.
elbow,
Yeah.
pitch, yaw,
Yeah.
and then wrist rotate, and then the jaws. What am I missing? I got them?
Yeah, it's all there.
Wow,
All the
cool.
joints in it.
Thank you. And so, folks, what you couldn't see was Mike showing me the controller, which is sort of shaped like the manipulator. So you could imagine a little tiny version of that you grab and move around, and it responds to how you bend the shoulder up and down, or bend the elbow. So that was very cool. Phil, did you catch any of that?
No, sorry, I was.
How are you doing in school, Phil?
He's doing great.
I've actually heard that. I'm teasing you, Phil, but I've heard you're amazing.
Fancy awards.
That's what I gather. I'm teasing Phil a little bit, but the students on board, including Phil, are mind-blowingly good. It's amazing.
What kind of tea are you drinking?
Drinking the black tea and
I should have to submit this.
Oh, yeah.
Hydrothermal and then blackberry tea. Yeah.
Like a mixture of black and blackberry.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So you got your own blood?
Yeah.
We had a question earlier today.
Yep.
I think this goes more for the ROV pilots, but I guess something that we get fairly frequently is some folks at home asking, in terms of your previous experience, do you have any are you a gamer? Do you think knowing how to play video games is a good prerequisite to piloting an ROV? I find that sometimes a question that gets frequently asked. What are your thoughts? I've been asking the watches, but what are your thoughts?
I'm not really a gamer. I mean, we've been playing some serious Mario Kart on the strip, so I've been getting into it. But no, I think developing that hand-eye coordination would be helpful, though. And people who fly aerial drones, I think that translates.
I've
as well.
definitely heard of ROV systems being operated by like games console controllers. I've not actually had any experience in them. I've done a little bit of gaming, not too much.
Yeah.
I like to think I'm a little bit better at ROVs than I am at some of the games.
Well, I think you are.
We'll see.
Oh yeah, challenge accepted. Yeah, but I mean, as for experience, when I started, I was an electrician.
Yep.
And when I started, I was just at a time where an oil and gas company that I got a job were looking for somebody with a background of at least one of the aspects of what you would be using in ROVs, be that hydraulics or mechanical or electrical, and I had one of them. There's many people come from the military
Yeah.
who retrain as ROV pilots. Mechanics
Yeah.
often get on quite well because the flying of the ROV is more the cherry on the top. We do a lot of behind the scenes stuffs,
Right. Of course.
fixing
Of course.
everything first and foremost before we even get in the water. So that's a bigger part. The flying's maybe just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I bet I'm grateful you share that, because I don't know that a lot of people get that, including, you know, we scientists. Sometimes we think you all come out and you fly, and that's it. But in fact, you know, the vehicle has to be maintained, rebuilt, you know, tuned, calibrated, all the things that I see you all do in between your day job. It seems like a lot of work, but it's awesome, right? Because then you.
Yeah. It's definitely rewarding, and the variety of things you do, you're never bored. There's
Yeah.
always something new to do, or
Yeah.
something to fix, or
Yep.
yeah. And then obviously you get to come and do the fun bit, subsea,
Yeah.
as a reward for all your hard graft.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
Mike, is there, and I guess Tyler as well, I think I'd be interested to hear both of y'all's opinion on this, but what has helped you the most in terms of just like building up those skills, that hand-eye coordination? Because like personally, I would be very nervous like sitting in front and controlling this really complicated piece of equipment. What has helped you the most to feel confident and gain those skills?
I think it takes a while, it takes a lot of experience. I think Tyler has picked up very quickly. I've worked with a lot of guys who have been doing this for many years and don't have the hand-eye coordination that Tyler's managed to get a hold of pretty quick.
Thanks, man.
So yeah, I mean, some of it comes down to just how you interpret things, and others are just years of practice, I think.
To tack onto that too, and not that we're jumping on the back padding train here, but what helps the most is working with these pilots, and they'll talk you through stuff. So if in the background you hear Mike or J-Rod or Chris or anyone saying like azimuth left, azimuth right, pitch up, pitch down, that's them queuing me up so I'm doing the correct thing, you know. So, you know, I'm not swimming alone here. So having mentors who can walk you through it and who care is a huge thing as well. So you just have to find. You gotta find a team to get you through. But yeah, I mean, this arm, I've never seen the T4 before I got here, and if it wasn't for the sort of coaching these guys gave me, I don't know how you just pick it up. You know, it's pretty difficult. So
Apparently for
I think that's cool that you shared that, Tyler. I'm getting all choked up. We had a fist bump moment. No, I mean, I think one thing that Dr. Roxy and I have talked a lot about is how, you know, in ocean sciences and exploration, we sometimes paint this picture of the singular hero. People love a good hero story, and you sort of are sometimes left with the impression that, you know, this person is the best explorer in the world, or she's done the most amazing exploration of everyone. And in fact, you know, almost without exception, this is a team. And I think it's cool, Tyler, that, you know, you're talking about how you're being coached and learn from the other folks. That was the best thing about working with my PhD advisor, is he took the time to teach me how to build some stuff, which I already had some skills in, but he just completely took it, you know, sort of next level. And I think that's kind of how we all learn.
yeah, well said.
Word.
Definitely.
Thank you. And it definitely goes both ways. So Dr. Roxy and I have had the privilege to work together, and Dr. Roxy's got some like serious ecology chops. Certainly, but compared to me, I'm like a kind of an ecology idiot. And so we would design our experiments, and I'd be all into the physiology and biochemistry, and Roxy would say, "Well, you know that there's this other thing we need to consider." And whoa, what just happened there?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so there, we dipped to 2.1.
Okay, no worries.
All right, and we're now a little bit higher. We're peaking at about 4.6.
Okay.
I'm gonna just do it
All right. You want to just do this manually?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So make a note, please. So Mike is going to go ahead and hold it manually at this point, so we're not getting heaved around. So we're hovering at 3.4, 3.3, 3.2. Cool. Thank you, sir. But yeah, I remember how much I learned from you about ecology, Roxanne. That was really cool.
Yeah, it's fun to work with other scientists for that reason.
Yep.
Everybody has different skills. Sorry, you said you said it went to what?
2.1, 4.6, low and high.
Got it.
And it probably lasted, I don't know, it was maybe 15 seconds or so.
Yeah.
High T probe's holding pretty steady. It jumps between about 1.9, peaks up at about low 2s every now and then.
Yep. Got it.
It's a good one.
For planning purposes tomorrow, when we release the lander, can we follow it up, or do we have to wait till it's completely recovered before we leave bottom?
I'm not sure,
Okay.
to be honest.
Yeah. Right, no worries.
Get up way before us, but then if the vessel has to move
Right, yeah, it's probably have to wait till
in a
it's-
great
yeah,
distances,
Yeah,
we can't really.
yeah, okay, right, that makes sense. Okay.
JC, is that you in the photo? That's Amy. Oh, that's Amy. Yeah. That's a great photo. But it could be anyone. True. Wielding that hammer.
You wear a mask. You have a mask on too when you wear that suit. And eye protection. So all your skin is covered.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to things.
No.
At home, we have a face shield everywhere.
What?
On sauna.
When you wear your right seat.
I'm packing. Could have worn out with it, I guess.
COVID mask.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that straps. Actually, I saw one engineered by them, so we could ask them around. We would get it also kind of
I'm not used to all these fancy gadgets. We train actually doing this.
Yeah.
We used to have to do this all the time because all of these I learned on didn't have station keeper or anything. We'd have to do metrology readings, measurements of subsea. We need to keep this right in
If
front of you
Amy is still awake?
at all times.
That's great.
Because she's interested in that Pagoda as well.
Right. Let me just write to her and see.
On like a cable. You put it on the stand and take the hover and make sure that the wire don't get too tight that you pull it off. You just have to just hover in front of it all the time. Like, you're not getting too tight, you're getting too close, and you knock it off. Just to do it.
JC, our friend here.
Yeah,
A friend wrote in and wants to know if he needs to bring a spare water pump for the box off.
No, it has a water basin in it, so it's pumpless.
Lee, I told him that before. I'll remind
I
him.
think he asked Amy.
Yeah, he said Amy didn't reply, so I'll go ahead and just say needs. So it just has basically has a water basin.
Yeah. It's a manual.
No. Okay. He says he has several blades he's bringing, so that's good. And then our friend also wants to chat with me about arranging for the shipment from my container. Okay. All right.
You said you had experience building things.
Okay, we just finished. Sorry.
Roger that. Okay, wrapping up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think anything changed from all the numbers I gave you, Roxy,
Okay.
about altitude, temperature, etc. Roxy, is there a third super?
Not before we do IGTs.
Roger that. Okay.
IGT's next.
Yeah.
Well, I think it would be usually they sample the sulfides first.
Yeah, we'll sample sulfides, yep, and then we'll get IGTs. So I think we can stow all the widgets.
Yep. And then you can turn power off to super now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the USBL one is the one.
Superpower is off.
Superpower's off.
No more superpowers.
Okay, so let's take a look at the basket. So if we're going to sample these sulfides, I think we're going to be filling up the coral quivers.
I think they could go in with the mussels.
You sure?
Yeah.
It looked like they packed the mussel.
Oh, okay, I haven't seen that.
We could take a peek, perhaps.
This is already big.
I think they are, yeah.
Yeah, we did have our sulfides got pretty crushed in the. I guess mussels were going on. They got really crushed.
There's a sulfide in the muscle. I don't think it was the push muscles on top though, that was the.
There's a inactive spire in Biobox 2. See, so inactive spire here. And it says animal 2 and mussels here. And I don't think we want to mix it with the inactive, right?
You just put some mussel on top of it. I agree.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but you have to do the force.
We already collected the mussels.
Moving like a bit further south as well, just like so that it's clear of all this chimneys and stuff. Just so maybe about 15. And then maybe due south actually. I'll close the distance a little bit more. Yeah, let's go for that.
So, Mike and Tyler, just to confirm, my guess here is that Jill's going to want an IGT here, and then Amy's going to pick which of these three we're going to sample. Amy, Roxy said we can put them atop mussels,
Okay.
but there's also 3 coral quivers.
Okay.
And so I kind of feel like that might bring back a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
Sounds great.
but
You have to see how much space is in the mussel biobox.
yeah, good point. Good point. So why don't we do that after they stow the widgets?
What was the max T? Did we get a max T?
57.
Okay.
But
I'm also curious for this one if Jill's going to want to take the chimney first to try and get a better sample because the orifices don't look that open.
I agree. So Jill wanted, yeah, thank you. Jill got excited about this one. She already saw it.
Yeah.
So,
Because if, I think she and Jacob are probably also going to want to pair up the one she samples. So that's our high T.
Right.
And then, are the two in the back smoking?
One of them is for sure.
Okay.
It's diffusing, if
Okay.
that's the same.
Okay, that might be worth an additional snap.
I agree. Yeah, I was sort of thinking the same thing, Amy. Like I mean, this looks like a coral quiver
Yeah.
worth, and then I'm wondering if this looks easier to set up on, and I'm pretty sure I saw a diffuser up top. So I could imagine, depending on what you want, getting anything from up top or down low, but they're pretty cool shelves.
Yeah, they're really cool. I'd love to take a look at them compositionally. You think Jacob would want to microbiome it? Should we get a big piece
100%.
and share?
100%, yeah.
Cool.
And then, yeah. You know, one of our viewers asks if we can say something about the planning that goes into preparing everybody to conduct operations. I don't know, Dr. Oxy, if you have time to speak to that? I know you're busy, but
Could you, the preparation of to get people, is that what you're saying?
that goes into, yeah, basically dive plans. How do you do dive plans is how I'm reading this, yeah.
Or getting us all out here on the cruise?
It's ambiguous, but let's go ahead and make an executive decision and say dive plans.
Dive plans. So we have to consider everything that the scientists aboard are interested in. So that's geologists, biologists, chemists, engineers, mappers. And so we have to look at requests and figure out how we can accomplish all of the things that people are interested in the most efficient way, the most reasonable way. And so we do our best estimate for how much time things will take, and we look at the map and we make a plan that will get us as many of the things as we can within a reasonable period. But it's really hard, and a lot of the stuff decisions have to be made on the fly as well. And with these sites, because they're new to us, we also have to see how they look before we can make some decisions, and so that goes into it too. So a lot of it is done in real time.
Yeah, and thanks, Dr. Oxy, and you and Dr. Jill as co-chiefs have been great, because when everybody's busy and really tired, it means that everyone's getting a lot of what they want. That says something.
Do we get to use any of these IGTs?
I think we need to wait for Jill.
Yeah.
And I think they've probably used 1 and 2 already. Usually they do those first.
Yeah.
Did anybody find Jill yet?
While we're waiting for her, may I take second?
Of course.
All right, Amy, let's take a look at this pagoda.
Was Jill in the mess?
I wasn't there.
Okay.
I can run up if you want.
No, I can go up there.
Yeah, actually, Amy, if you could put eyes on this, though, that'd be great.
Add one thing to this. Okay, I need to remember when I get back down. I need to finish this. I can
Line down a little bit. Is that just iron oxide?
Let's go take a look. Much more insignificant up top.
Yeah, it does look like it's diffusing. Ooh, and some worms.
Yeah, so
Cool would be
I'm
handy.
going to try to focus a bit here. I don't know if it'll work.
And,
Would you mind having a shot, Mike? Your controls seem, or you're better at it, so do.
hard when you're looking through the shore.
Indeed it is, but try.
Yeah, I kind of want to compare and contrast these bulbous forms, which are on the left side, and which we also see littered all over the ground, which,
Those there.
yeah, those guys.
I see.
They
Compared
look
to
like they're
that.
preserving a little bit, yeah. And then the flange bits that we see on that make the pagoda so pagoda-y.
Yeah, right?
That'd be really cool.
So we've noticed a lot of, I don't think these are superior tubes, but a lot of them have a similar coloration. But I'm just guessing, right? I have no idea. And then there's this yellow color, which I don't know what that is, and I'm sure you do. I have a much better guess. That looks like it might be a biological tube, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. And then what are these little, it looks like a little caterpillar
These guys?
on the left.
Those. Go for it, there you go. Oh yeah, those are microbial mats covering little tiny scale worms.
Scale worms.
Yeah, or they might just be polychaetes without the scales. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think that'll be, yeah, so there it is, Alvanella.
I have been witness to any as well.
It's almost like it knew I was creepy. I was like, oh, sorry.
One at least, but I don't know which one.
Have we sampled Alvanella? Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, so if it's clear out.
Where have you seen
Yeah.
pagodas before, Pete? I don't know that I've seen them
On
anywhere.
the East Pacific Rise,
We're gonna
like
have to lift.
18 years ago.
Okay,
I've not seen them in a very long time.
Yeah.
cool.
And there are a couple of older papers on the EPR from before I was in graduate school. So you're talking like early 1990s that talk about pagodas. And I think some of them, they describe the pagodas here.
Okay.
And I think a few from some EPR sites, but that was it.
We're,
Hi, Jill.
We're going to do another IGT, but usually we put the first two away in the lander. So do you want us to do that first? Or?
It's up to you, I suppose. I'm happy to do it in either order. Is it easier to get rid of 1 and 2 first?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
easier
I
to
know.
freeze up.
Doesn't
Let's
this
do it.
Right.
look
Yeah.
like
Let's go take those
the
off.
left?
Totally. Totally. Like it's sloughed off, right?
Yeah.
We'll come right back over here.
So,
Yeah.
Oh man, you got good eyes for that.
Yeah.
Do you think
Yeah,
the zip
that's
tie
cool.
at number 1 is going to be a problem on a cable?
Yeah, it might be the way it came out. The zip tie
Oh, it's
was
neat, Amy.
oh,
IGT
Should
split
find
out.
a sample. I'm excited.
And
Yeah.
the cable was in between. So you'll see
We're, I
it when
think
you
we're
pick
gonna
it
get
up.
a bunch from here.
Yeah.
Which is
I just have to
cool.
bust it, yeah.
I might be able to grab it with it.
Yeah.
yeah, so either, well, we could do that when we're still sitting here, maybe.
Yeah, sorry folks, I'm slow to respond to some of your questions. We're paying attention to the science here, but one of our viewers asked, imagine the process begins before the mission is granted. That is close to true. We typically submit a proposal to the Schmidt Ocean Institute. It is an expression of interest, which is SOI's way of getting a sense of what we want to do. If it aligns with where the ship will be and their capabilities and the reviewers' opinions, then they will say submit a full proposal. That also gets reviewed by external reviewers. That is the backbone, I suppose, of academic science, is that we are subject to peer review. And then if that is approved, we begin the planning process with the Schmidt Ocean Institute often a year in advance. A little bit of planning a year ahead of time, a little bit more 6 months, and at about 4 months it really picks up. And we're having frequent online meetings talking about where we're going to go, how many dives are going to be, what kind of assets are needed, what are the tools being brought on board, are they certified for use on an ROV, meaning have they dove before? Are there pressure vessels? Have they been pressure tested? What are the chemicals? How are they going to be brought on board ship? How are they going to be disposed? And you can see from my rambling here that it's a really long process, and we set the stage for this expedition. And then, of course, we come out here and everything changes. So you have to plan in order to be able to do any of this, and then you have to be able to pivot from your plan. So for my team, we do a lot of work that requires us to pivot. Stand by. Yes.
You said you noted Riftia and Tevye near that?
Nope. 2 Riftia.
Just Riftia.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. And they were really the first 2 I think we've seen. So.
Great.
So there is 2 tiny.
Where's the RV?
So yeah. So I hope that answers your question. Thanks for asking.
Hey, this is Tyler, down Mission Control. We're having a little bit of issues with our radio. Have you been hearing us at all? Yeah.
I was just stretching.
Yeah, I wanted to bridge one of
We're
our
going
lights.
to put down the IGT on SOI.
I did put in a new waypoint.
Yeah, so that's the main thing, and we'll try to get this.
Once we do a little bit of the sampling, you want to hop up here?
I would love to hear about what you do. Honestly.
We try to go to ROV, but it's
Make us all look bad.
No.
All right. As for support envelope.
Yeah, we'll give that a shot.
Serious.
We do. All right.
Wait, is that another triathlon? Thanks, Al.
It's a sea cucumber. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Sea cucumber.
That looks like the team for that.
It is a sea cucumber for sure.
That's a sea cucumber.
Cool. And it's away.
Galactic sea cucumber.
Whoa, hello.
Kind of getting his point of view up through. Usually it's really dark.
Do you guys have any experience with this particular package of buttons and switches?
What are you trying to do?
So it is stuck on bridge, but Ollie can't hear us, and we can't switch to any other channel. Or it's that light's not.
Just turn it off and turn it on.
That's what.
Yeah.
That's not gonna. That's not gonna be.
I mean, it's one complete team network. It's try. Okay.
Yeah, wait till we get your animator.
Yeah.
We can get the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah. Did we like that?
It's attacking us.
So stand by just a bit, folks. I'll come back to the question that was posed here about an example of a pivot, but let's set the vehicle up and then give me a couple minutes.
Oh. Bridge RV. RV bridge.
Yay!
Oh, it's your voice, Ollie. We got the background. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you.
It's Holly. It'll be okay now.
Yeah, everything's gonna be alright.
Look, everything's gonna be all right. Is Ollie gonna make a move soon?
I believe he's already moving. It's just coming in our zone now.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thanks off.
All right. Well, our pilots are getting us set up to do an IGT or gas tight water sample. Someone asked a question about how we pivot when things go sideways. This was a little example here on the ship where they were talking to the bridge, and our good friend Ollie, who makes sure the ship goes where the ship needs to go, and comms dropped, and so people immediately grabbed the phones and thought about VHF radios and were thinking of alternatives to communicate with the bridge if they were unable to restore the kind of normal comms. But my impression is that they turned it off and turned it on, and it worked. So,
Cycle power.
absolutely. Thank you, sir. I'll put that up. That's all good.
That's
Don't
why I
worry
didn't
about it.
want to-
That's all good.
They call me fish into that.
Are we passing by?
Yeah, who's off to the left? Are these chimneys? Do we have these chimneys on our? Yeah, this is Santa.
Santa.
Might be.
Chimney 5, West Santa.
We have to go and store these IGTs on the lander.
Understood. I see what we're doing. Okay. So you got 2 IGTs that are loaded?
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. All right, so we're taking a little trip. We're going to go put the IGTs on the lander. So we've got some time for your questions, and if you all have any questions, send them our way. But Phil, you haven't told us much about what you do as a graduate student at GSO.
Yeah, is this mic on? Yeah, thanks, Josh. Hi, everybody. My name's Philip Yang. You can call me Phil. I'm a second-year PhD student. I'm going into my second year at the University of Rhode Island Graduate School of Oceanography, also known as GSO. And I work in a lab that focuses on marine ecology and technology. So for short, you can look it up. Our website is marecotech.com. Not very inventive of a name, but we focus on trying to understand mostly seafloor systems, like the life that chooses to live at the seafloor and is able to live at the seafloor, and we think about them from all sorts of different ways. Mostly trying to understand the physical and other environmental conditions that govern or drive where an animal might choose to live and where they might not. So think about like hard substrate that corals can grow on, or sediment that's soft that some animals can burrow into. But my work specifically is in the Gulf of Mexico, to work with Flower Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuary. They have some really cool, I haven't been there yet, actually, because this project is going to take a while to do, but we're going to try to put sensors at mesophotic depths in coral reefs that have different community structures. So basically, we equip a lander with some sensors, put it at, say, like 100 feet, and then another one at like 150 feet. Oh, no, wait, a lot deeper than that. 200 feet, maybe 300 feet. And then we try to understand the environmental conditions over time. So we're going to try to leave the landers out there for like a year. And then we can take that kind of information and feed it into models to improve our understanding of conditions over depth and how they might drive distribution of coral reefs. And then basically, you know, as scientists in this Anthropocene, we like to think about how environmental conditions might impact animals and their distributions in the future. Say, rising temperatures, changing sedimentation, changing surface production from animals at the surface. And that's kind of like basically the general ideas. I'm kind of like rambling here because I think I'm just staring at us approaching this lander.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. And nobody's really asking me anything.
What's your role on this?
My role on this cruise, I am a helper to Dr. Roxanne Beinart and her team dissecting animals. I'm on ROV watch with all the great team members here and you all joining us live. Thank you. Subscribe.
Smash that like button.
Yeah, and maybe something that we get out of this cruise is something I might work on in the future and lead, particularly taking ROV data, like image data from transects and trying to understand habitat extent. Okay, seems like the mics are getting pretty busy. People are talking.
Great job. It's very satisfying.
Thank you, Phil.
So, which one are you going for first?
I suggest two first, if one has the problems in mind.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Phil, since you work in a lab that works on landers, which something I'll just add that my lab does as well, some folks may be wondering what is a lander or what's an elevator, or are they the same thing or different? What's a lander? Phil?
Oh, I don't think we can hear you.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't hear you, Pete.
My apologies. What's a lander?
What is a lander?
Yeah.
So we define benthic landers, benthic as in just something that, like seafloor related. So we define them as frames, usually depending on how deep we want the lander to go. Usually I think titanium frames that basically are given a purpose to collect data at the seafloor with sensors. So we equip the lander. So this thing that you're seeing on the live stream is a form of a benthic lander, and there's a whole wide variety of them. They all come in all shapes and sizes and with all different goals. They're for scientific or engineering goals, and usually they're collecting, the ones that we build are collecting data from one point at the seafloor. So it's different from, say, maybe the ROV, which is here, which collects data throughout, the water as it moves, and when you collect data at one point versus like a ROV or an autonomous vehicle in the water, you can kind of gain a better understanding using math of conditions in the water. So having fixed points like moorings. So a lander is similar to a mooring, in which it's this fixed point measuring system. And there's all kinds of landers. One of my roommate and my fellow graduate student, he's a master's student in my lab, give a shout out, David Nadeau. He was an ocean engineering student at URI in undergrad, and when he joined our lab, his focus is more on the engineering side of things and the benthic landers that we work with. So he's designed a lot of maybe like little small projects, maybe like 3D printed, different things to put onto the lander. We have a slew of 3D printers that we use in our lab to print things that we need instead of buying them, specific to our design. We have one on the ship. There's a 3D printer on the ship too. Three of them. Wow. Where are the other two? Okay.
I don't know how to 3D or anything, so I don't pay attention.
Yeah. But yeah, that's he. So David recently wrote a nice little review for our lab about benthic landers, kind of like the history of them, and basically my lab, a lot of our funding right now is coming from this project in the Gulf of Mexico to restore and characterize deep sea corals and mesophotic coral reefs that might have been impacted by the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. So we're building these big 7-foot tall, 7-foot wide, 8-foot wide landers, these big metal frames, big squares, kind of structures, and then we'll kit them out with all sorts of sensors and drop them down. They come. Another thing that people listening might be interested in is, we have to recover the lander somehow. You don't want to put something down there and it not come up. So thinking about weight that you put on it, and also a very common way nowadays to get a lander to come back to you is you have certain buoyancy attached to it. Say we have these big glass spheres that we put on the lander, and then we add weight to counteract the glass spheres full of air. And then when we send a little acoustic signal to an acoustic release, it'll release the weights, and then hopefully the lander just comes back up to the surface and we collect it on the ship. And there's like a locating device.
What's the backup plan?
The backup plan? If the acoustic signal doesn't work. So that's like the crux, you know, you want to test the acoustic responders. Yeah, I'm sure we'd probably build in a manual release too. But then you need an ROV. So
I'll chime in a bit and tell you
just
that
call up.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a ton of opportunity over there. Yeah.
So Phil, I put a lander in the Santa Barbara Basin in the summer of 2021, and I had worked with another operator to deploy it, and they were also intending on recovering it, and then they had an issue arise with their vehicle, and they said, sorry, we can't get it for you, right? It's supposed to go down in August, come back in October. And I said, oh, okay, well, I'll find another ROV. And SOI.
I can't hear you over here.
Yeah, that's right. I'm kind of like talking softly into the mic.
I need some headphones.
I know. I'll explain the story in a bit, but just kind of wrap it up for our viewers. I just got this lander back a few weeks ago because it took forever and a day to schedule an ROV. So there's always a risk in putting a lander on the seafloor. So there's a kind of saying in the community that if you're not prepared to lose it, then don't deploy it. Sorry, Phil.
It's okay. A lot of stuff going on.
Just like we put a lander in August of 2021 in the Santa Barbara Basin.
Mm-hmm.
And the outfit at Victoria was going to pick it up 3 months later. Then they had issues arise with their ROV. And I said, oh, okay, well, I'll just find another commercial operator in the country. And I've worked so hard for years to get a commercial operator to get up and going to this schedule. This Sebastian was, there's no Falcor, they actually, Falcor sailed over my lander a year later in December of 2022, and they said they could get it if they had an ROV crew on board. So they basically used the multi-beam to show it was still there, but they couldn't do anything about it.
So you have a lander in the Santa Barbara Basin still?
I just got it back 4 weeks ago,
Oh.
3 weeks ago. Right, 5 days before this expedition. So it was bananas. The whole thing was bananas.
What happened to the? What
I'll
was?
tell you later. It's a long story.
Oh, jeez. So
There's lessons to be learned.
it was down there for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I configured all the sensors to collect data for 18 months.
Yeah.
Even though it's just 3 months.
Maybe we have to pick
The
up
data are
first.
on.
Right.
So there's a.
Ah.
So I'll tell you more about that later.
That sounds really cool, actually. Like, how long did you want it out there originally?
3 months.
Oh, right.
So.
Oh, wow.
One piece of darker bulbous
It was crazy.
And that was all. That was all during COVID. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yep, you got it.
When did you build that lander?
I built it on the NASA project in 2016. And we finished the build in 2018. And got 2 deployments, 18, 19, 20, there was nothing.
If we
This one was
if we
the
fail
last
on getting one of these,
for deployment. I'll tell you later. Lots to do.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting, actually. What we're trying to do is push, the limits of the sensors, so, and like the quality of data that we can get that's not skewed somehow. So that would be really. I'd be interested to know. Andy probably would too, of like what types of sensors you were having out there.
What are your thoughts on that?
We're kind of. This past year, when I joined, it was a lot of like building up still and buying stuff, and like choosing, what kind of things to buy, and so So we have a lot of new stuff coming in. We, yeah.
That's cool. The second
Yeah.
is going to be more difficult.
Thanks, buddies.
Get a big piece of coral, or I guess a small piece of coral, over and shake it my feet. Pagoda snap too. So maybe we can get like 2 snaps of coral over the box. Yeah. It looks like the right wall finger shape. We get it and then just offer it.
Should we try to make one of these pieces first, or I don't know?
I don't remember if the last time we did this, we on something until last.
I
don't know.
That's good.
At least they're floating about getting tangled and things.
Like they call it popcorn plastic.
Amy, will you have a second to look at the map?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Thanks.
But for those of you still listening, I'm also like a quote unquote, I guess, ambassador for national marine sanctuaries, which are basically national parks for our oceans in the U.S. And if you haven't heard of them, you should check them out. They are managed by NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and really cool resource for the American public. It's a shameless plug. It's where my PhD funding comes from, so. Yeah. I don't even know if this mic works.
Are we doing it from here? We will, I'll try to move around. I mean, probably a lot easier for you, probably doing soon.
Yeah? Does it?
I mean, if we can arc
Okay, it's working.
Still, I want to make sure we do it soon.
Have you been on the mic, Esme? No? Do you want to say hi to the people? Okay. Esme is a PhD student at Lehigh University.
You want it like the same kind of angle first? Whatever. I gotta get that cable out of the way, I think.
Do you want to talk to the people, JC?
It'll be fun. Yeah, that's, yeah.
I should look up the chat so then I can see what questions are being asked.
That wrapping cable around thing?
Give you another jail message. This one's our message to has right on there for future. So if we get all of our tasks done, which course, definitely which course.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if I'm settled down. So that cable that they wrap around the post?
So
Yeah, it's going right across.
if we're done with all the sampling objectives and we need to more time, I'm just gonna suggest
Going across a little bit.
shooting
Okay.
it east or west. Whether it's where's the moon? This one or this one? Just follow it.
That's a good question.
See what you see.
Yeah.
I know that exists.
That I have
I think it's just on the other side of that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right there.
I want to know exactly this location
Comes
is wrong.
across.
According to Haley, so it looks like we're out here.
It's right there.
Okay.
See it? Look straight ahead.
Oh,
It's
so-
right there.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you're gonna have to pull it across the back of there and then up over the top. There should be a hang on this side.
Okay.
Latch it down to. You see this hole?
Yeah.
That's where you have to latch it down. So it comes
the top of the and then down there.
Guess there's mapping too, I don't know what to,
Oh, yeah.
do mapping. So it might take us a lot of time.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be fine, but I guess it's good to have a plan. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I'm on the log too over here.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Great. And then 8:30 is
So
the
we're
earliest
probably gonna have
project.
to
So that might be earliest, yeah.
pick it up, set it, another one, which is where you put the tire rack. That's the whole thing. Okay. You're gonna start breaking the tire rack. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay. So we can do that. Yeah. It'll mess up some of the process. It'll go from the beaches. See that folder, do that. Work on that. Yeah. I think that would be better. I'd like in the future, we can break it up. It's just like thing. So I'll pick it up out of the way. Yeah, so I'll see that.
Oh, I told her there were a bunch of red worms on the chimney that were.
Oh, like
She
she
sees
sees
that?
that, yeah.
She wasn't sure. I can't do much more than say they're red worms.
Yeah.
But I said they'd be on the rocks and so they'd be there if she wanted them.
Yeah. At Chimney, what are the other rocks you want? You want other talus around Chimney too?
I love the talus, yeah.
Like, do you think there's talus around Chimney one? What do you think?
We've got it. I've been sending some notes. Oh, Chimney one probably no talus.
Okay.
Talus, I think is most likely to be around
Oh, the entire, yeah.
Have it noted, I marked talus waypoint.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's where we go. Good recording. I think it's called talus one. And there would be tricore here too.
Yeah, yeah, there's, I wrote on the sampling sheet, there's talus ones,
Do we need-
2 inactive, so worth a check.
Okay, trying to make a list of all things. Going here under.
Right, where possible.
Yeah.
The talus.
There.
Yeah.
Rubber talus, we're in it, then thinking about inactive sulfide pieces, is everything.
management based if they go back and they're like successful, but like very mini, like
Oh.
75
Yeah.
sub
I don't know.
centimeters, maybe
Caught it, the
try
arm
to
caught
care
on
for the
something.
same spot and try and get
Okay.
a more substantive.
Caught on the,
It'd be nice
up
to
here.
have 10 plus centimeters in each.
I need to move away for you. No, it should be okay, but yeah. You got caught on something. Yeah, you were caught on that. Yeah, you're right. Far up, like,
I have not. Let's do that before sleep. Or, actually, no. Might go to the, just like slide over to Chimney 7.
See how it's going. Put on the cable.
Somebody said, "Hey, what's Wally doing down there?" Wally.
Oh, okay.
You think they're talking about the lander, or the lander kind of looks like Wally? Yeah, that'd be a good name for it. Wally.
I feel like they don't do that.
No. Oh shoot. I have like the chat open on my phone. And I can hear myself. What about the chat? Oh no. It was just open on my phone and I could like hear my own echo. Isn't it what? Yeah, it's a slight delay. Not 40 seconds.
Let it go right there. We'll slide right in. Nicely done.
I think I'm out. Feeling good?
I'll send it to you.
Sounds great.
Four through six.
Have a good rest of your shift.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Like the first time that I get breakfast.
For Roxanne Fish Course.
I dream of flange.
Flange?
A flan?
Dream of
Oh,
flange.
flan is so good.
Oh, I said flange.
I was pivoting away from flan. Straight to flan.
I bet flange doesn't taste very good.
Fair point.
Oh.
That would be my brother.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy. Sure, I'll say hi. There. Oh goodness. Jill, I think my brother and his family are loitering.
There's an S
That would be him.
in the chat.
That would be him. I mean,
Yeah, this is next. Yeah.
Do you want to sit here again?
Close to the house.
thank you.
Of course. He has a mic back here.
You got it.
All right. So,
See, sometimes
Hello, hello. Hi, folks. I'm back. I am also here to say hi to my brother and I'm guessing my niece and nephew and sister-in-law who are in Southern California. Thanks for chiming in. Hope you guys are having fun. You all are also welcome to send us questions. I might ignore the ones that you send, brother, because I have a feeling you're going to try to bait me for something, but my niece and nephew, feel free to ask away. If you're wondering where we are at hydrothermal vents in the Galapagos, which is the nation of Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands are famous for being a really biodiverse and interesting spot. And Charles Darwin did a lot of work there on finches and the origin of the species and all that stuff, which I will happily tell you about at another time. But right now we are at the hydrothermal vents and we're trying to set up to take a really, really interesting water sample. You all have heard me, well, all of you listening in now have probably heard me talk a bit about smokers, and they are sources of hot water that Dr. Jill McDermott, our co-chief scientist, is really interested in studying to understand what the underwater fluid chemistry is like. I don't know, Dr. Jill, if you're concentrating, I understand. If not, you want to tell us a bit about IGTs and what you're learning from the water samples.
Sure, Dr. Pete. Let me get this microphone set up.
You don't have to have it too close to you.
Does that sound
that's
right?
good. That's good.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. This is Dr. Jill McDermott. I'm the co-chief scientist on this expedition to the Western Galapagos Spreading Center. I am a hydrothermal chemist, and I work at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania, where I'm an associate professor. And on this expedition, I'm leading the expedition along with Dr. Roxanne Beinart from the University of Rhode Island. And in addition to leading operations, I'm also collecting water from these hydrothermal vents. To do that, I use a really special type of sampler. You can see two of them on the screen right now, numbers 1 and 2. I have 4 of them total, which are on the vehicle right now. And these are special samplers that collect vent fluids, which are superheated waters that are analogous to the types of waters that circulate through geysers on land. If you're watching from the US, an example of a geyser would be some of the hot springs we see at Yellowstone National Park, for example. What we're seeing here on the seafloor is the marine analog of those geysers. And these superheated waters are under really high pressure. At this site here, we're at a depth of, right now, 2,410 meters. So that's about 240 times the atmospheric pressure that we are accustomed to at Earth's surface. And when I collect the water with these high pressure samplers, the sampler can hold the water at that seafloor pressure at 240 times the atmosphere. It does that because it's built of titanium metal. It has a special high pressure valve that I can open and close from here in the control room when we are sampling a fluid. So 1 and 2 right now have a fluid inside, and what we're doing currently is we're putting them on this tool called the lander, and we'll be able to send them up to the surface where we will collect them at the ship just before breakfast this morning. And what that's going to do is give my team a head start so that we can get processing on 1 and 2 before we recover ROV Sebastian, which has our other samplers on it. And this just spreads out the effort so that we can get more done. Once the samplers come up, they'll be under seafloor pressure. So picture a can of soda that you haven't opened yet. It's a lot like that, except higher pressure. And so here on board the ship, we have a specialized lab setup that will, we can pump water through the backside of the sampler to maintain those really high pressures while we withdraw fluid through the main valve. And we split that fluid up into about 40 different pieces of water. And we measure those 40 different pieces for all different parts of the chemical periodic table, including gas chemistry, inorganic chemistry like metals and salts, and also organic chemistry, including things like hydrocarbons and organic acids. And the whole big picture is that we really want to understand how deep these fluids circulate to, how hot they're getting, and what types of gases are being generated. And this is all fundamental to the life that we're seeing in these ecosystems. All of that life is dependent on these dissolved chemicals for energy, unlike light at the surface of the Earth, which is supported by sunlight. And so these isobaric gasite samplers are really key to being able to understand these energy sources, because the dissolved gases are a really important source of energy. To give you some examples of the gases that we're analyzing here, we look at dissolved hydrogen sulfide, for example. We do that through 2 different methods on board the ship. We use a titration, and we also precipitate the hydrogen sulfide as a solid so that we can weigh it later when we're back on shore. And we can also run those solids for the isotopes of sulfur that can be diagnostic regarding the source of sulfur. In these spent fluids, you can have sulfur from multiple sources. 2 of the main sources are seawater dissolved sulfate and basaltic sulfur that is coming from the rock itself. So sulfur isotopes can tell us what mixture we have, whether we have more seawater or more rock that contributes to the sulfur in the fluid. Another type of gas that I'm measuring on board is molecular hydrogen, or H2. Molecular hydrogen is really important gas because it's a very valuable energy source for the microbial life that supports all of the larger animals that you see, along with hydrogen sulfide as another important energy source. I also measure dissolved methane on board the ship, and methane is the most abundant hydrocarbon that's dissolved in solution. And we're also taking aliquots to measure at home for dissolved inorganic carbon in the form of carbon dioxide, as well as other trace hydrocarbons, like more complex hydrocarbons with greater than 2 carbons in them. And we do that work at home, so we preserve aliquots here at sea carefully, and then turn our samplers around, clean them out, and then redeploy them the next day. So this is really exciting because today marks the first day that we've collected any water at these Navidad vents ever in the history of scientific research. So we're very excited. We don't know anything about the chemistry of what's inside these bottles, but we will know soon. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, you're right. That's around 3,500 psi for the bottom pressure. And we use gas chromatography on board the ship. Right now I'm running a gas chromatograph that has a thermal conductivity detector. And if you know anything about that, that sensor is detecting the hydrogen and the methane that I was just talking about. Oh no, that's fine. So Nicole's here. So she was okay. Red sulfite. Damn it. It's okay. It's okay. So we're gonna actually do the slurp and then collect the sulfides, right? Yeah.
Keep it really simple and commercial. You sacrifice size, like you're never going to make it small.
Okay. And then IGTs. Yeah. And then supers. Super here, Chimney supers. This will probably be when Galen's on. Okay. So Galen's running it there. Maybe he wants to try to do special core captures, right?
I think we want to try first with the pump, and then if it needed, then we'll try with
Okay.
So first, try to core first regular. Did the regular ones have core catchers or no?
No, only 2 have core catchers on them, so it's more ideal if we can get it without, and then if we're failing,
So first try with the regular open.
yeah.
Quickly pull
Push
out.
cores.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and if we're getting really short, we ideally want more than 10 centimeters, so.
Like Caitlin knows all this, right? So she will be on.
Yeah.
She'll be on workshop with Tom Jason.
Most of your sensors actually.
Are we doing sulfides after or whatever?
Yeah, we just amended that here.
Try the core.
Or so like before, sorry.
Where?
Sulfides, IgGs.
Okay.
It's a special shift. Midnight for you, right?
Yeah, it's true. We will, yeah. Look at that.
Area, super background.
This is also Yolanda's anyways.
Yeah. So it's a pretty standard background, super. Okay. So no transects for geology.
There you go.
We realized like I was trying to fill time and then I was like, oh wait, I've got a mapping that will fill a lot of time.
Very close
So
to.
Haley comes on lunch.
Okay.
Can I ask you to, are we planning on maneuvering a lot around the planner?
No.
As in, you plan to go very far after we do the planner stuff?
I think we need to go back to Chimney 1, which is the mentality. I mean, for the rest of the dive or in the next near future?
Thank you for chiming in.
Yes.
We never know how dive's
No,
gonna
that's
go.
not true. Sorry.
So
Well,
right
for
now,
the
we're
whole
really
dive,
busy
we have
trying to
other
get
stuff to do
this gas side
elsewhere.
sampler stowed and go back and get some other gas side samplers. So I wish I had more time to dominate the airwaves here and chit chat with you all. But thank you very much for chiming in. I really appreciate that. I love you all. I could give you a call tomorrow. One thing about the ship is that the communications are generally pretty good.
We can move around.
Having different ways because
Yeah, so then it's right. JC does know the like potential like geology transect plan, which I guess you could tell people. But then I think at this point we might have already forgotten about mapping. That's what they need to do. So
Yeah. Okay. So that probably will fill the time.
until the morning. Yeah.
One thing we may want to do during the turnaround is do another pass
Yes.
at 4 knots.
Yes.
Or no faster than 4 knots.
Yeah.
With the
Yes.
shipboard maybe.
Yes. Another good idea. Yep. Okay. Okay. So I was telling you all this because I'm probably gonna go to sleep so that you can. I'm assuming you're gonna stay up, and then I can get up earlier. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. So that's good. We're good. Good.
Do you want me to just take over here so you can get some rest? I'm gonna be up anyway for that. I don't mean to steal your watch, but if you want a break, you can take a break.
it is all yours. I'm not sleepy, so I'm gonna. The watch is yours.
Okay.
If you get to the IGTs and there's time to sample the pagodas, I want to take Dr. JC, Ms. JC, promote you to Dr. soon enough. We've got plans for you, JC. I'm gonna give JC a chance to lead the pagoda sample.
Okay.
But that may be after our watch, don't you think?
Do you mean the active sulfide sampling, or is this a separate one?
No, active sulfide sample.
Yeah. At the Chimney.
It'll be cutting it close, right? It'll probably be like an hour for the next 2 IGTs, do you think?
We're gonna take the active sulfide before the IGTs.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Amy has interest in the pagodas just to the right, so 2 samples from those.
We wanna take those both. We wanna take the pagodas.
Okay,
Got it.
cool.
Do you want to do that before or after?
Before.
Okay.
So send it.
Yeah.
That'll be on your watch.
Awesome. Sounds like a plan.
Alright. I can also sit here. I don't have to.
Yeah, to do that. We can trade. It's fun.
Up to you.
Jill, could you pass me my phone, please? It's the yellow one.
Yellow one?
Thank you, JC.
For those wondering, everybody on board who has birthdays does get cake. Lately we've been eating a lot of banana cake. A lot of bananas in general. I think we have to burn through the bananas. We had banana ice cream today.
It was good. Thank you for the cake emoji. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier that Darwin spent years studying barnacles too. That is absolutely true. Darwin also wrote an awesome book on coral reefs and was the first to describe, present a hypothesis on how atolls formed. Darwin did, do quite a bit of work beyond just fishes and the descent of man. It's also true that Darwin had collaborators with whom he corresponded, and they also contributed to our understanding of natural selection and the origin of the species. Much longer story for another time. I encourage you to read up on Darwin and his contemporaries.
Thanks. Okay.
You're asking about gas chromatography. Dr. Jill does have a gas chromatograph that she uses out here for making gas measurements. If and when she has a moment, maybe we can ask her to chime in on that. But that is a real kind of workhorse and gold standard for gas measurements. There are other tools that can be used to measure dissolved gases. There are some electrodes that can be used to measure dissolved gases. They have their pros and cons. Mass spectrometers that can be used to measure dissolved gases also have their pros and cons. All these tools have their pros and cons. And so we tend to try to do our best to use the right tool for the right job at the right time, and then take samples back home for further analysis. I don't know where you all are getting all this donkey suit stuff, but that's I'm on a boat and you can't get out here, so we're gonna go with no donkey suit. No, this might not be hot again.
Yeah, I don't think Josh turned, he probably turned it down a little bit. So, when he gets back,
That's probably not it.
little thing right here. Do you know these people in the corner?
I don't, not personally, but I think that, do I? No.
Do not underestimate.
I learned not long ago not to underestimate anyone.
Yes. I always estimate them.
Absolutely.
Dr. Pete, do you want to hear about gas chromatograph?
I would love to hear about gas chromatographs.
I saw some questions in the chat about the gas chromatograph. We do have one of these on board. I brought one to use in my lab. And our gas chromatograph is measuring gas from these hydrothermal waters that we collect using these isobaric gas tight samplers. You can see two of them in the screen right now. 1 and 2. And when these come up tomorrow, what my lab will do is extract that water using a what's called a gas-tight syringe. That is a syringe made of glass and Teflon that takes a little piece of the water without allowing it to contact the air in the room. Once it's in the syringe, what we'll do is we pull a vacuum in the syringe that creates a headspace, and the gases that go up into the headspace include molecular hydrogen, H2, and also methane, which is CH4. Methane is the simplest hydrocarbon. And the gas chromatograph is filled with a fine mesh mineral phase. Mine is using a column that uses a mole sieve phase in the column. And the mole sieve acts like it has tiny holes, and the gases pass through the mole sieve at different rates depending on their composition and their molecular weight. And so the end result is that hydrogen and methane will be separated out on the column. On my column, hydrogen will come out first, and then that will be followed by methane. I also calibrate my gas chromatograph so that I know precisely how much hydrogen and methane that I'm seeing. And to do that, I'm using a gas standard that was calibrated and purchased and sent out in advance before the cruise. And I also saw a few questions about the origin of hydrogen in the vent fluids. That's a great question. Hydrogen's a really interesting gas, and as I mentioned earlier, it's a very important energy source for microbes. And so in this system at Western Galapagos, there's a few different sources of hydrogen in the fluid. It can form from actually leaching or weathering of some of the minerals that are present in basaltic volcanic rock. You can also form hydrogen through the oxidation of iron-bearing minerals. When you oxidize iron 2+ to iron 3+, you produce hydrogen. You can also generate hydrogen if you form secondary minerals, such as pyrite, for example. One of the really common minerals we see in the sulfides that we collect is called fool's gold, colloquially, or pyrite. And when you form pyrite, you actually also produce hydrogen. And then finally, you can also, at high temperatures, actually split water and reduce it to hydrogen, H2 gas. And so at this site, we do see variation in hydrogen across the different vents. And the main factors that affect whether or not a vent is high in hydrogen are the rock type and also the temperature of reaction that the fluids experience. And that temperature of reaction is partially dependent on pressure. And so the deeper you are, such as this deep Navidad site, this is the deepest site we've been to so far, deeper you are, the hotter you can get, and the hotter you can get, the more hydrogen you can produce.
Thank you, Jill. That was super cool. One day we should nerd out on GC columns and packing materials. Mole siev's amazing, and there's all these other different packing materials that I learned about once upon a time that do crazy things.
Yes, the mole sieve is a classic. I also like the mole sieve because it's pretty forgiving.
It's very forgiving. Yeah.
You can just heat it up to clean it. That's a really nice thing if you're at sea and you only have limited equipment.
Yep.
It just works. It does what you need. But Dr. Pete's right, there are a lot of different types of options for chromatography columns that can be really fancy. They can do a lot of different things. It's a very interesting field in science.
One of the things I did as a PhD student was to work on a GC that had a gas extractor. And what you were just describing a second ago, Dr. Jill, about taking water and pulling a vacuum gets the gas out nicely. And when they first discovered Riftia in 1981, Dr. Jim Childress, who was my PhD advisor, the people in his lab would take Riftia blood, and they're like, how much gas is there? And they would do exactly what you said, put it in a syringe, pull a vacuum on it, nothing. And they're like, there's got to be oxygen. Put it in a syringe, pull a vacuum, nothing. I'm going to pause while you check out the scene. Is everything looking okay to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's okay if the cables hang out a little bit, as long as they're not tangled in the feet.
No, they're not. They're just flopping everywhere.
They're just hanging out. That's okay.
Alright.
See if you can, please see if you can get that paddle back on.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with sending it up with the cables a little bit in a wuzzle. It won't hurt anything. Sometimes I recover it and the paddles are hanging off. That's okay too. Just as long as the IGTs are there. Paddles are okay. I know it's hard to get them to go into the box.
It's crazy to me that the little thing they play, the arm, like when it's active, if they dropped it, the arm would drop.
Right. Right.
It's like so nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Completely.
Yeah. I feel like there has to be some sort of fail-safe. They should make a fail-safe or something.
Yeah.
That looks good.
You mean like if they cut power to the arm?
Yeah, like if it lost
If we
full.
lost part of the arm, it wouldn't fall.
Yeah.
Slowly just do this.
Oh, it would. Oh.
In theory, there's a lock valve in the shoulder. Do that.
Oh, nice.
There you go. We learned something new. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. Now, if it's live and we drop it, it will go faster than the power.
I see.
That's why whenever we stop using it, we'll freeze it and then we'll exit out of the operation conditions just to do the double protection.
Can you set like auto positions?
Yes, you can.
You can be able to press a button and it goes to a certain position.
Yeah, you'll do like 4 or some moves, so you do like from this position, out, shoulder, thing, bang like that. You'll go through that process. And you can also do it the opposite way, so that if you're in a position, you get it relatively close to there, you get it at home, put it back.
Sweet.
But
Cool.
that's rarely used. It's more tempting fate than anything.
Alright, so what are we going back to?
We are going to Chimney 7, please.
Chimney forever, yeah. Like, right there.
Is that where we're taking the skins?
Chimney 7 is where we were earlier.
It's where we took the really hot fluid earlier. Yeah. We just want to go back over there and we'll fire some Niskins for Nicole.
Okay.
And that's all we need to do at Chimney 7.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Don't think it really matters. So as long as we're at the marker.
Hey Jill, do you mind asking for science lasers?
Yeah. Could you please turn on the lasers? Thank you.
Yes.
Is that some projects still ongoing?
5 years away.
Been getting cost extensions. Just like
Where all the concentrated dioxide is.
Because the pandemic, we got default cost essentially to 2021, but I'm still paying people, so I hope that there's an aspect.
Yeah.
You know, where people get one paper that was published that has to do with the it's not PNA about that you see yourself in California.
Do you have a particular place to fire these, Nicole?
I'll show you some.
I think where we were, where there was a lot of them, or actually, how about in between these like Hogwarty spires, right in here above like the clump of worms.
Nicole likes where we are right now.
Yeah, this
Right here?
is good.
Okay. Do you want us to set down or should we fire them here?
You can fire them here.
Don't go too high. Yeah.
First year class, we had to write a Wikipedia entry. It was a 3D model one of our undergrads students made. It was a paper doing a level is what it looks like.
I think that was going to be happy.
Yes. Can you make a note that there's a lot of sediment in the water column?
Yes.
Four might not have fired.
Thank you.
Take a look. 5 and 6 looked like they did, but 4 didn't give me a warm fuzz. 1 is 4, 2 is definitely fires. 3 is 3 fired. They got way out.
The question is, do you need like data all the way in?
All the way out.
These are very 4. You can do it because you can do option.
too, so.
Very little is wrong.
That's
cool.
Does it fire? Doesn't fire.
Yeah, so the language that we're going to use on there, my part was that these things, kind of like body size, chest height.
We will go to Chimney 1 next.
Not these,
And we're going to set up to do a slurp.
like 6,000 meters.
Any big particular
that's
slurp worms?
rate that for, right?
Worms, I think where we were was interesting, where there's diffuse
And
flow.
I'm still playing with ideas
Saw
on
some
how
pink
to
worms. Okay. There's gonna be probably possible to get circulars.
sensor swaps.
So, why? Because they're really crusted on the rocks. They'll come out. You could try.
You want a sample of rock with worms on it? Is that enough worms? Do you just use
It's definitely enough worms.
Okay.
But,
I see. Well, let me ask you a question. How much power is your
I don't wanna do,
rock?
it's gonna take too much time, or it's gonna be hard to find a good rock to take that's not too big.
Okay.
A lot of them are really big.
Yeah, let's watch for a good rock.
Opportunistic.
Okay. How many worms do you need? Just like one?
Bridge, or do you got a new waypoint?
Minimum 3.
Minimum 3. Okay.
It's basically a magnetically coupled system. They have their own fleet. Even a small, you could deploying camera yay big, coupling it to your lander, and then even leaving it down there to recharge the lander for the day, and then coming back and get it. It's very practical. Underwater wet manual connectors are really expensive. If you want the reliable ones, about $10,000, which is really big. You could find out includes your ways to do it, but the last thing you want is to just have a short
Yeah.
Nicole, if we collect that rock,
Should we put it in BioBox 2 with the active sulfide?
yeah, it's fine.
it's based on the wireless charger.
They don't want it to crush the active sulfide.
True. Does it need to be in a BioBox? You sure?
Yes. They'll all retract into their tubes.
So I could put it in IGT?
Yeah, let's do like.
Okay.
Exaggerating, but you get the idea. So I was trying to figure out what's a way that you can recharge a power back. You can do it wirelessly. The question there is rates of transfer, and that equals time. And so if you have time, then this model makes sense, and especially if your total number of amps you want to put in is modest, meaning you're powering oxygen octodes or things like that. You're not powering a Doppler velocity current meter or anything. Then this is totally possible. But you need a power budget. If you come up with a power budget, then you're not going to have anything just octodes and all that is just they run on milliwatts to watts. So what, give me some example of the sensors.
Power sensor.
Yeah.
CTV. Those are kind of the big ones.
Yeah. And how long do you want to run it?
Ideally, half a year.
Okay. So you're not, you can't run them constantly.
Right.
You don't have a power budget. Unless you're gonna tell me you're gonna put like 20 kilowatt hours down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I don't. We don't have.
Right there.
That's the target.
Yeah.
Those are medium power instruments.
What are we doing here?
So we're going to do some slurping.
Right out of what?
Nicole, do you want to slurp at the chimney or in this vicinity?
Are you collecting this little chimney?
We will collect the little chimneys, yes.
Okay, let's just collect. We can set up around there. We can slip around a little.
The Alvex.
That's
Okay, before we collect it.
Yeah.
Sure. Do you hear that? So we're gonna set up so that we can collect this chimneys, but before we collect them, we will slurp them.
Something around the basics a little easier, so I don't know how
Do you want
fragile they are.
Let's swing around this way so we can see the bases of them.
A way that I might do it is just, put something out there, collect, restock, collect. That also depends on our bank's kind of capability of.
I know, don't they?
Out there. We're trying to reach and see if we can maybe get some
Yeah, like
grants
details.
to build some smaller like vector deployed landers. Their master student in my lab has kind of come up with some designs about more modular. They're gonna put them together, put them on the outlets to not having to take sensors off all the time. But how structural that.
That's hard, man. That's powers everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, a good place, first place to start is to say, okay, I'm going to build my, let's call it Fill 2.0. I'm going to build your Fill 2.0. And all the sensors should figure out what their current is when they're operating. And just start with that and just add them up. And say, how many kilowatt hours is this over a year?
You want something?
And you're
My
going to
magic computer over there.
then
Let's try to see what it is. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I don't need it right now. Okay. Just making sure I knew where it was.
So this is deep sea power lights. This is a very standard battery pack. This is slow light. Here we go. So this is your cell phones. One of these is sitting on one of these bacteria. Some cages, charging, standard configuration.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, no.
So you've got
What's the wonder on it?
this is, like, you want to see your sensors are low.
Oh, not very
Like, remember if I tell like 12 volts? So you get 80 amp hours. So let's pretend
Is it
all of your
tight? It doesn't
sensors
like
take
to
1
stay
amp
on there, huh?
together.
We used to.
All told, 1 amp of current, you have 80
I
hours.
think I'm actually cursed with slurps. Really?
And
Me
some-
too,
I don't want to blame you, but I did notice that there was
A trend.
On my last dive, the slurp didn't work either.
So basically,
Remember I
that's
tried to
how you
slurp
have
you
it.
worms?
Yeah.
So you can start with these as
Yeah.
a benchmark.
Jason slurped didn't work, Galvin slurped didn't work. I think it's just, slurps
So
are just
you want to be able to get
they sound great.
primaries, enriched
Sounds like it's gonna work.
enriched density, and so from the same weight.
Can we
you get
slurp with
1
just the
This is
the remaining piece?
Do it again.
All right, great.
Do I need more than a 12 volt? Do I need your sensors to take
Slurp nozzle.
Or is this
The
kind
answer
of
is no.
sad?
You just
Failed.
get this now. You
Slurp
can always
nozzle.
say the other stuff is down.
Gone.
So you know.
So we're gonna use the tube.
Slurp nozzle, not nozzling.
Right. That has a potential of 6 volts. And then if you are okay with 6 volts, because everything uses 6 volts, they put a bunch of 6-volt pumps in there and tie them together in parallel. And then if you need 12 volts, they put them in series, boosts the voltage.
Yeah.
And so that's basically it. So the next 6-volt module, that gives you 210 amp hours. So naturally, if you put them in
Cold wet areas, do you wanna slurp?
Where we need 48 volts, it drops.
Yeah.
Do you wanna slurp at
So
the
you
chimney
start with
bases?
your voltage, and then
Yeah.
you figure out amp
And
hours,
also the
and then you
rocks,
figure out
or-
the number of hours.
Yeah.
Is it all over the place?
You can't really see much.
No. Okay.
you start to do it. And also, you know, some of the photometers that you can find, really, really nice ones. They're really expensive, and there's some cheaper ones.
Anything?
There's some pink
Oh,
ones.
they're
Look,
like living on the little shelf.
there's some here.
They're on the flange.
Yeah, there's
Oh
some
my
right
gosh,
here.
so cute. You think you can slurp without knocking it over?
I mean, if you break it off,
Well,
it's
we're
fine,
gonna
we'll just
sample
take
it.
that piece.
Okay.
If you break off like that bottom one.
We'll start with one shelf, and I don't know, the middle shelf's got a lot on
This
it.
one's got a lot of worms too. Right here, and look at all those worms.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, inundated.
Yeah, just vacuum this little complex for me.
Yeah, vacuum all the pink worms.
Yeah.
Just little guys.
Yeah. It's worm apartment.
It's interesting. Thanks for
No, you're welcome.
it's a good place to start for me to think. I haven't saw like the whole what
Uh-oh.
I was working on a different project that wasn't in the flower bed banks. That
Oh,
was kind of on the cruise
There you go.
data that happened tonight, and if I didn't come on this cruise, would have
I think
I think it'll be fine.
it'll be fine. I think it'll still work.
as a
Yeah.
master's, and then Nancy Foster came along.
If it's easier to start at the top, you can start at the top.
And then the project that I just was to work with
Limited.
So this whole summer has been kind of like a shifting.
Yeah, should do baselines, right?
Baselines and thinking now I have to think, you know, going forward.
Yeah.
Deeper about what's next for the next few years. Also considering like fosters.
And collecting the flange could capture a lot of them too.
Budget, so everything basically they expect Andy to
Would you want it to be in a bio box?
provide or have
Yeah.
already.
Would it be, it probably wouldn't be a good idea if it would be other objectives sometimes, would it?
I think that's the flange would be fine. It's since it's distinctive. I don't think it
And
messes
it's not
anything
so heavy to.
up. I guess yeah, there is some broken up pieces. Maybe if it would fit in the muscle, or actually.
Oh.
Actually, I think
If it could
maybe
fit.
we might want to do the other active
Could.
sulfide.
Just got it.
There's not much room in the muscles.
Muscles are pretty
I'm
full.
not sure if you came in.
17 muscles.
You came in as a spousal minor. And
The first active sulfide is already kind of broken up. So I'm not sure about it.
he recently just got
Yeah.
a professor, so I don't know what that means.
Oh, that is
So that
Yeah, yeah,
So
definitely.
the way it works is most universities start up
So we're gonna yeah. So do you see this kind of like trailing thing on the side?
Yeah.
So it's different from the flanges. She's interested in like this. I feel like maybe even that piece. If it's really inspired over so much.
Is that the iris?
Yeah, because this looks just like the active sulfide that we're over IGTs. So we're gonna get one of those. But this stuff on the side, so you see like the difference? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so just interested in that piece. That might be the move. But if not, it goes all the way down. And then you see flange. So it looks like they're gonna slurp, and if they break off a piece of it.
Scalies.
And then you have to take it out
And
for sulfide as well. So black, flange.
Come on.
Yeah, there's not, there's two more.
Really?
But she's just.
You're like, and you're like, good.
Just collect the sulfide.
Yeah.
I think they're too tiny, too grippy. Oh. This could do it. This reminds me of the Teletubbies vacuum.
Some of the flange, but not the black bulbous stuff.
you know, now you can tell what means is that so while we're posting regulations,
Do you think we're getting, should I say this is the sample? Or do we have
I don't think it's working.
I'm not seeing anything in the town yet.
That's not getting.
Okay. It was worth a try.
Yeah, it was worth a try.
It was a challenge.
Sure.
this where you're taking your other IGTs? Okay, and that like booming.
Yeah. Although we're gonna sample these pagodas.
Pagodas.
See what happens after that.
Oh. That works.
You want it in a bio box?
Where do you want it, Nicole?
I think Biobox 2.
Is that with the other active sulfide?
Yes.
It might crush up the other one, but
Crush up the other one.
I mean, I think if it's just the two of them, that's just 90% there.
Yeah, no, okay. I don't want to crush the other one.
Well,
It might be fine.
the only other options we have are coral quivers or IGT.
If it's a small enough piece from a coral quiver, would that work for you?
Well,
Goal is to get worms on it.
if we need a coral quiver, we've got to tell our pilots because they'll have to
We
open
can
it.
get a quiver, we can put it in the middle before I'm gonna open it and get to that point.
Okay.
Now, it's too big. Hopefully.
Okay.
A box is small, aesthetic.
Okay.
Is there a way to see Biobox 2 rocks? How big they are, how intact they are?
That might be big.
Yeah.
They're pretty strong, actually.
Yeah.
I think they won't.
I've never really had an issue crushing sulfide with other sulfides,
These sulfides weren't too soft. I saw them both.
Cool. Let's do that.
but I definitely wouldn't put a basalt piece in there.
No, yeah. My impression is it will be okay.
Yeah. We need to see. Do you prefer the top flange?
It doesn't matter, they're all pretty wormy.
I'm going for all of them.
We only need a.
Which one would you?
I mean,
any
I just think the middle one might be easier to snap off, but
Sure.
but go for it.
Yeah, in the middle it does look pretty easy to snap. Right, like that below there.
It's just protruding a bit more.
It doesn't have as many worms on it. Yeah. Top one looks more wormy.
It's got more diverse worms,
There you go, Liz.
especially on the right side.
Push it to the right side.
Mm-hmm. It gets pushed. There's a lot of different worms hanging out.
There's a tiny little albanella, look.
Yeah.
Flange it up. Flange steak.
Strong flange.
Nice.
Nice one.
This is a nice one.
Yeah. We're gonna hope and pray.
Stay on there, worms.
This is RO3.
RO3 and Animal 3. We can do a separate entry for that.
It's from the Biobox 2, right?
Biobox 2. Yep.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's a beautiful.
It's a nice flange.
Great, great. So it's like growing on that pillow basalt. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Some cool stuff.
It's wild.
It's kind of there's a track.
It's gonna be a rock party.
I would definitely like to deworm this worm before it gets smashed.
Yeah.
But hopefully they like to kind of fall off within the biobox.
Look at it still like has fluid coming off of it. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. It's steaming.
That's so
Steaming.
cool.
Yeah.
Is it steaming still?
Yeah, it still has fluids coming out.
So Phil, this is rock 5.
Rock 3.
Oh, rock 3. Wow, it's just rock 3 and animal. Yeah, look at those pink buddies on there.
Your little friends.
Yeah. Just kind of took their apartment.
This is how alien abduction stories get
Yeah.
started. Did you know what happened to Joe? This claw came. Oh, it did not. It did. I saw it. There was this bright light.
Dan gets
It was the
pretty,
size of
Dan
Mini
Bernard
Cooper.
gets pretty entertaining when he takes all the knowledge chimneys. He gets real into it.
Oh, it's a beautiful flange.
It's a real nice one.
Thing to
I'm
beauty,
very happy
guys.
about that one.
Yeah,
I want to see that
that
one.
was great.
Wow, we love a twofer.
Great success.
Get another one?
Yes.
I think, I'm satisfied with that amount
I've
of
known
rock.
Pete the longest. That's all.
He can make the call.
Well,
Oh,
no,
happily.
Dr. Jill's in the hot seat. I'm not supposed to make
Do
it.
you want more worms, Nicole?
I think that's those are good worms.
Okay.
Is it
So-
mom? Okay, I'll let you.
Okay.
JC, is that, how much of that do you think you'll need? Because I don't have a sense of scale.
I mean less than half of that. I think that was like 30 centimeters.
It was like this
Yeah.
big.
I'll say that was about.
Yeah.
Well, no, is it easy to grab another piece?
Do you want another piece for
Yeah,
Jacob?
we're coming to the end of
Okay.
our rock sampling.
Okay, we'll take
I
another
think
piece.
I know that we won't need all of that sample. I
Yeah,
think
if it's okay, Jill.
Or,
More.
do you have a preference?
This is like
Do you have
the
a preference,
easiest rock collection
Dr.
in
Pete?
this whole group.
No.
The same place. If that works, but no preference.
The other side of that same
Sure,
one?
that sounds great.
Okay. Gonna call this
Thank
rock
you, Jill.
4 then.
Yep.
Rock 4.
Thank you, Chris.
Or an animal 4, why not?
Or do you want to call it rock 3 again?
I would call it another piece of rock 3,
Okay.
since it's the same.
Rock 3 2.0. How's
Yeah.
that for confusing? No, don't do that. I'm joking. It's rock 3.
It's rock 3 A and B.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, we've
What do you
we've
think?
been splitting A and B based on which pieces we give to Jacob.
Oh, I see.
So,
Do you want to
if-
call it point 1 and point 2? 3.1?
I would just call it rock 3 still, and
Yeah.
then once Amy might want a piece of both of the
Okay.
flames.
Yeah, once you
5
split
and
them, you
6
can get them a lot
fire,
bigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
but not.
If that works for everyone
Whatever
else.
works for you and Jill and everyone else for the logging.
Got it.
It's more worms for.
Yeah, that'll do.
Still listening on the inside.
Is it big enough, Pete?
I believe so. Cool.
Yeah,
Thank
not
you.
small compared to.
We'll
Wow,
probably
that's
only
small. Oh,
we'll
that's
probably
like
only
a-
need that much.
So maybe
It's like
you could
a
have the
big
bigger
kiwi
one?
fruit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Amy might be interested
I
when
think
she
we're all right.
Yeah.
sees it, so
Thank you.
I'll let her decide.
Okay. We could take another one, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
You know what?
Or
Yes.
one other,
Please.
you want another bigger one? Okay.
Please.
We'll take that one as well, though. Everybody loves this plant.
And then we gotta grab, we're gonna do the little chimney or just the flange?
Amy was interested in some of the black stuff. There's some kind of different sulfide growing on the side of the flanges that she wanted a sample of
Oh,
that
she
as well.
wanted that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in the interest of time, should we call this a quit?
No, we have plenty of time.
We're doing okay? All
Yeah.
right, we'll do one more piece. Thank you, Jill.
We're only coming up at 6:30 in the morning
Okay,
or something.
okay. Very well.
We're good.
Yeah, every now and then it's nice just to get sort of a good mass.
Okay.
Because we don't know how much lipid we're gonna get out of this.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, it
Don't
wasn't.
Do you want to try to get that lower flange? It's pretty big.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Let's,
I've never seen that before.
Here's a little road trip peanut butter question. Says he wants to be right where we want to be. Oh no, this guy. It's good.
If we get a different flange, do you want to call that a different rock?
that is, I would probably do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it could be a different temperature.
Yeah.
Might look different. We'll just have to try to take a good picture.
You know those
Great.
rocks that play, remember those donuts you used to get the donut holes? Or that,
Yeah, the coconut.
Coconut, yeah, this one's toasted coconut. Yep. Lunch.
Yes, you want one.
And I definitely want a donut now.
Now I really want a donut.
Why are we talking about donuts?
Those rocks, look, remember the little munchkins, the little donut holes that had toasted.
The toasted
they do.
coconut ones.
Yeah, they do. All right, what's your favorite donut shop?
It's nothing like
You
voodoo.
I don't have a favorite.
Yeah,
now,
that's one for them.
I don't have. I know that I really wouldn't want to go to the voodoo donuts, the fancy.
Yeah.
I just like the normal plain.
Old
Something.
fashioned.
Good old straight up glazed.
Something like that's fine.
Got
Apple
it.
cider donut.
I don't want
Cider.
Oreos in my donut.
I think
Apple
that's
cider
my
in a
favorite.
cornfield with some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little cold breeze.
I was unclear how much material.
Dip it in apple cider.
What's that?
Dip it in the apple
No, you guys
cider.
have been, it's been great so far. I'm just sort of thinking that.
There's one I went to when I was home a couple years ago.
I think
Had
when
a
I'm
wine shop
like holding back, it's just because I'm like
on the same grounds.
thinking of that we want
Talk about Blake's.
limited material.
Maybe.
Interesting. Interesting.
So yeah, like this to the left, that black like
That black stuff.
kind of stuff growing. That's what Amy's interested in as well.
This?
Yeah, like the more vertical stuff.
Okay.
But that black one to the left.
Sorry, not continue on with what you're doing. I'm talking about a second sample or another one.
Yeah. After we get this big flange, we will get something else.
No, they've been doing that.
Probably. Took a bite out of it. It's very.
Does it look like turkey tail?
Yeah, or if you artist is it an artist conch? You've seen those. Oh, those are fun. Similar size, tan on the top, white on the bottom, real spongy, and you can draw on it.
I usually do.
And it will never go away.
Are we keeping this?
The bigger one is crumblier than the top.
Yeah, I guess let's go back for the middle one again.
You want this?
Nicole, do you want this piece?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like a worm too.
Yeah, it's got a worm in it. We'll take
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna call this rock 5.
It's just the two.
Looking right down the hole. of the worm.
Oh.
Alright, and it's distinguished by the worm tube.
Yeah. Small piece with a worm tooth.
Everything out of those glass boxes.
Pete, is yours the one in California? The San
That would be the one.
So wait, did we go from favorite donut shop to favorite donut?
I think we did, but that's all right. Just curious. I think Southern California's got. I don't even have a big sweet tooth, but they got a lot of donuts, just like you're talking about. Just they got a bunch of fancies, but a lot of straight up, you know, glazed and honey dips, and
Solid.
oh my gosh, it's so good.
Cake versus non-cake.
I do like the cake too.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's a valid addition.
Well, that's fair, right?
In the donut, not top of.
Right, exactly. But
And look at that second one, is it the one above this one or this one?
What do you think, Pete?
I think, you know, Chris, whatever you think is easier to break off in one large chunk, and then kind of move on, would be great.
Alright.
Thanks, buddy.
Should we go back to calling this rock 3 since it's from the same footage?
Yeah, this can be rock 3.
Yeah, we got a 2-for-1. I get worms, you get rocks.
Third piece of rock 3.
Do some sharing later? Yep, we're gonna do some sharing. Hopefully they'll.
Can you go at the left side of this one?
Or it comes out.
Or has
The
it
left
been-
is where the
That's okay.
flow is coming through?
Yeah, right here?
Yeah.
was once on a cruise, so we had a legitimate fear of the worms. Just all of them. So we had like a person. So they shouldn't have
Yeah, there's a little
person,
camera.
but every
Yeah, isn't
time
that cool?
I get it, and I would have to come and
They use it as a little situation. Oh, it's somewhere. It's right up there. Cool. Yeah, oh, there it is. Yeah, cool.
Seems like something squishy up there.
Yeah. There you go. Oh.
See what happened there? I don't know.
It's okay.
I think it
Oh,
filmed in
front
front of
left.
me.
Oh yeah, it doesn't happen there. Yeah. For more the middle or the one above it?
Let's go to the top one. Well, the bigger one on the top. Yeah.
We're kind of, I'm calling the different flanges different rocks, so now we're going down to rock 5. Because rock 4 was
Do we
this
want
piece
that or
right
no?
here.
No. Thank you.
And this flange is rock 3. Middle, bottom, top. And then top. They're both in biologics too. I'm trying to document it as best as like distinguishing features.
This one.
Oh, you get the whole top.
That's awesome.
This one will be easy to distinguish. It's gonna be awesome.
Look at this one, Pete.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Thank you. All right, that's it from me.
It's so good.
JC, are you concerned about mixing up the samples?
A little bit. I mean, no.
BB2 has an extinct or an inactive sulfide.
You're talking about this?
I'm talking in the bio box, number 2, that we have just been piling all these in.
Now I'm concerned about the active piece, but I mean.
No,
that's
I
fine.
hear you. I'm just to make sure.
The
we're on the same
active,
page.
the other active site was a much higher temperature chimney.
Okay.
It was cylindrical.
Mhm.
There was one cylindrical piece, and then there was one that was like a U-shaped piece.
Okay.
And they were about this big.
Okay.
Both of them. There was just 2 pieces that I saw left.
Okay.
So they should be pretty.
Lighter.
This seems looking. Yeah. They were.
Oh, no,
They were
yeah.
also like a dark gray color.
Right.
Yeah.
These
I think
are
the
much-
flanges might get
much
slightly
lighter.
The different
The
flanges.
flanges could get confused.
So
I'm
this is rock 5.
correct. So what I'm, I think, suggesting, JC, is that for the next samples, maybe put
Got
in
a
on
ton
top
of worms,
mussels
Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
is a wise
Look at it.
idea.
Yeah, I'll communicate to the next
Roger that.
logger. So this kind of looks like it has the black boulder stuff that Amy's interested in as well, so.
Thank you for your
Okay,
service.
that's fine. It kind of has the black boulder stuff that Amy was interested in.
On this piece?
Yeah, does that look?
I don't see it. Is it on the back side of it?
So she wasn't interested in the spire that's on the top, but I think like this stuff.
We can get that gray piece that you showed me, JC. We can put it with an IGT or something. Is this collected?
I was just saying it might be part of it. It might be on there, but maybe it doesn't.
The little top that we were looking at?
Maybe a separate.
look at it, and we'll see if JC wants one more piece.
Darker plus, yeah, it's probably a little more.
Yeah. The black on the right of where we just took the flanges.
This right here?
Oh, sorry, the left, yeah.
On the left?
Yep, bottom left.
Yeah.
So that piece at the top.
This piece?
I mean, maybe she's, I don't know, she pointed down here when she showed me. Any of this black stuff on the side,
Okay.
like coral quiver size.
Do you want it in a coral quiver?
That would be nice. I mean, not required, but.
But an IGT crate would be okay too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Just to, yeah, we don't need anything like too big.
Okay.
How are we sharing those flanges?
How? Jacob's interested in it? Just, Jacob. And just Jacob. So there's, I think there's 3 flanges. One of them's really small and has another 2 in it. And I think Nicole's interested in taking all the legs off of the flanges.
Alright, so the higher up it goes, it looks like really tough and connected to the rest of the flange, the rest of the chimney. Do you want me to try to pry it off there, or go for the separate part further down?
I think what Jill's pointing to.
This piece?
Separate there? Okay.
Yeah.
Like that hard. There you go.
Oh, yes.
It looks fine. Yeah, that little cam is very suspenseful.
Where are we going with this? Going into Quiver or into
Anywhere's fine.
Do you want biologs one? For the muscles or what do you want?
Anywhere's fine.
It doesn't have to be the biologs, right?
It can be an IGT crates or core quiver or.
We have a lot more rocks to collect, so can we put it in a coral quiver?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Well, we used one earlier. Which was not marked on my sheet.
Oh,
Did you? We took it cover up, put it back on. Whatever. Okay.
I don't have anything marked here.
All right.
What rock number are we on? Jeez.
That was rock 6.
This is rock 6, and rocks 3, 4, and 5 all went into biologs too.
Keith, there's some of those pebbles, I'm sure, in the roll packs, those roll packs of metals.
Oh yeah, what about There.
They're in coral quiver.
Right. They're just to displace RNA later.
Okay.
But we
Are
don't
you-
want it in an RNA later quiver,
That is
right?
so. That's what I do not know. I don't know if it's loaded.
Oh,
If
okay.
RNA later is loaded, so I would not put it in there. The port side aft, next to the pH probe, should not have RNA later unless it does.
I don't think it does. We had this discussion earlier, and Roxy felt confident that they don't have RNA later.
Yeah, like any other none of them. And if they, is it something that if it's not covered with the lid, it would dissipate? Because it would not done before. I can go on the number 7. So you're saying
Let's just take a look. If we see any shimmer,
6
then-
didn't have any shimmer when we took the lid off. Really.
It did not?
Whatsoever. None at all.
Can we take another quick peek?
Sure can.
Jill, if you could get them to zoom in on 6 when they're ready, that'd be great.
Also, if we could check out the cross section that we got,
Yeah, just kind of hold it.
That's in your pan, right?
Yeah.
just before we go, just since I'm eager to.
Just say clockwise, presume.
Okay. And then counter for zoom out.
And then which other way it's always going to be.
That is seawater.
So coral quiver 6.
Yeah, and JC, did you want to look at the end?
If they can't show us, we can also zoom in on that piece on the ground.
And it'll be the end of the sample, you said?
JC, you want to ask?
I'm happy zooming in just once we're done. It's in there. We can just look at the one that's on the ground. This can go in its home. I'm just nervous about talking.
I agree with that. Very wise one. See,
We're going to put this away and then we're going to go back to where we just pulled it from.
Where it's going.
We want to secure this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is rock 6.
And it's an inactive spire. It's so cute.
Still,
Pretty.
Yep.
Okay, we'll be there.
I'm gonna sign off.
All right.
You got Caitlin here, so.
So would it be okay to quickly zoom in on the broken off of the rock we just sampled?
Yeah.
Just want to
Mean the piece that's still on the seafloor?
just want to look at
Yeah,
it.
we can look at it.
Since I'm eager to see.
Sure.
It looks sparkly and
It has really the same like layers, like rhymes that looks like
Yeah, and it fell oriented
it's
this
just
way.
asking me to.
Yeah. We'll go zoom on it once they put the cover on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like just eating breakfast and I crispy on like 4. It's just not very. Yeah. Barbecue is good. Probably could get some leftovers. I'll have to do a bit of it. So I'll probably just kind of pack it away. Yeah.
Alright. And before we move, they wanted to zoom in on the little broken chimney. Which is
I saw.
okay.
It's so cool.
That one, right, JC?
Yeah.
Should we get a picture?
Just want to.
Oops,
Is that
sorry.
our?
Do you frame grab, JC?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the zoom.
Ooh.
Because the zoom on this is so good.
Whoops. Sorry. There we go.
still no.
Oh, look at it. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Happy with it?
Yes.
Did you log it?
I did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So now what I would like to do is take some IGTs, but at this chimney. But the first thing I would like to do is to break that chimney. And then we can collect it and put it in an IGT crate.
The next round. Jacob's not much active over to me. So you're about to
I don't have another open bio box. I guess we could put it in a coil quiver and put it on top of the mussels. I don't know if there's room in there. 17 big, huge mussels. I also thought there's doing microbiology. You might not want it with micro-ridden mussels. But if it fits in a coil quiver, we can do that. Yeah. We'll try to put it in a coral quiver if it fits.
This?
Yeah. You think it's too big?
No, but I'll get 2 off if I hear it.
I think a coral quiver will be better if it fits in there.
Right, so I want me to put in like 2 right there, or we over on the porch? You have a preference?
Doesn't matter to me.
did some near chimney ones at like 2400. But we did a diffuse core at 2400, and then some near chimney ones that were like also around 2400. So I'm guessing that's where. So that's why we did that crowd. Like 2 millimeters. Yeah. Okay. Yes, the near orifice was like 1 meter away from the orifice, and the midway it was like 2.8, 1.6 altitude.
Yeah, I think there's the altitude calculator. This is right to arm of it.
And then, are we trying to get another near orifice one?
We're trying to get 2 near chimney ones. 2 long ones. And it's not chimney one. Because floors are marked as Ecuador, right? That's not too bad. We can see that it scrapes away. So we like well, that would be telling. Yeah, it's possible. Last one I got is essentially pass it on to you too. This is for you guys.
Did I get that for all 4 days? And is that
Sent it to you.
yes, I do. It's gonna get for all 4 days or what?
If you guys are ready, just
Yeah, it's really quiet.
Wasn't what I expected. That won't fit in the car.
You want to
What's that?
That's okay.
Trying to get the bottom further?
Yeah. Let's at least try to kind of get it out of there because now it's loose on the bottom. So I'd like to see where the fluid is coming.
Okay, so you want to get the bottom part off?
Yes.
Or this is do we have that still the spreadsheet of how long the science operations
Got a piece. That'll fit in number 2.
Morning, how you doing?
Very nice. So that's rock 7.
Sorry, that's more of it.
No, that's all right. Thank you. Zoom in on it so I can see.
Which one's this for all 3 of us?
What was that?
Is this sulfide for all 3 groups?
There's no sulfite left to collect. I mean, it was right here. Right here. Okay. Unless you want this back here, but I don't think that's from this one.
It's not from the same one, that's...
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I thought this piece.
Unless it's this broken one.
Is the piece on the left there, the white piece that
Yeah.
fell off?
Was this the base of it? Could have been. Do you want to give it a poke to see if it's loose? If it's loose, that was probably the bottom. Loose.
It's loose and crunched then.
It's loose and crumbly. Is
Yeah,
the
we'll do it.
piece to the right more solid?
The one that's the barn behind it, or the
This piece right here? No, that one's a little small. I think so. Can you grab it from the other stem over here? you alright sharing that smaller piece with me? I could just take a sliver of it, the one that went into the coral quiver.
Yeah, it seemed really small.
It is small.
I mean, we can give you mineralogy, we can do.
That's okay.
That's fine.
And we already have a big one for Jacob. Okay. Alright, thank you. Let's move on and we'll do IGTs next. Roxanne reduced it to this before she went to sleep. Okay. So we're doing things in order from top to bottom. So everything with a check has happened. We didn't do a slurp, so slurp's not working. And also fell off and then it was up. So no more slurping. So the next thing is to do IGTs. I'm gonna do them usually right here. This one we just created. Okay. There. And then we're going to do supers. And,
I had some notes from
we have
Johan
some
on
super
that.
team here that
Yeah.
know what to do.
Yep.
And then from there we're going to go to the talus marker to look for a coring spot. And try to core first with the regular cores without the core catchers. Okay. And then if that doesn't work, then we'll try the special core catchers. Okay. If the first cores are not successful, or if they're shorter than 10 centimeters. So we'll do the core catchers. And then we'll collect talus. Sure. Same place. Okay. And then we're gonna go to a super background for 10 minutes. Okay. I would err on this over 200 meters.
You sure you don't want it?
And then we have mapping when Haley comes on watch. So that'll be about starting around 4 hours. So the idea is that these tasks will probably take about 4 hours. So you have plenty of time to try to get cores and talus. Sounds good. If you sort of have done all this and Haley's not up yet, something else you may want to do is go sample inactive chimneys. Okay. Because there were a lot of them on the dive. Okay. I know it's not here in the check boxes, but there are a good number of them.
Inactive 1,
There are at least
inactive 4. Okay.
So it's just a suggestion.
Sounds good.
That's helpful to your lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does, I think.
Are we still off bottom at 6:30? Is that time?
The lander comes up. So we can't release the lander until around 5 a.m. So the earliest we'll be off bottom is when the lander is on deck, likely at 6:30. Okay. So on deck for ROV would be around 8:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. What we'll do next is collect IGTs. We already put 1 and 2 in an elevator, so we're on to number 3 and 4. And so the first one we'll do is number 3. I'd like to get calculated there.
I'm gonna move over. Straight here.
you want me to shut off starboard?
Yes, thanks.
All right, we're getting set up to collect some high temperature water here. So we're getting ready for 2 IGTs. We've just removed the sulfide that had precipitated on the top of this orifice to give us a little more room to work. We have some estimates in the chat of 125 to 215 degrees Celsius. We have 2 different pilots operating the 2 different arms right now. Nice handoff. I feel like a sports announcer. Great pass. We have another estimate of 197. You'll hear Jill behind me calling out the temperatures. Temperature probe is on the snorkel that's going into this orifice right now. You won't see it on the screen, but we'll let you know how hot we go. Kind of move the snorkel around until we get our highest temperature, then hold steady to collect the sample.
So we're at 56, 62, 80. 67, 113, 144, 165, 179, 183, 195. 201, 204, 206. Can you put it so it just goes out of view into the orifice? Lower.
Port, you said? Oh, into the orifice, yeah, of course. Down.
circle is in it. The thermocouple is just outside.
Gosh,
There you
I'm gonna have to put it at a weird angle.
go. Yeah,
It's fine, too. I'll have to come down and do
good spot. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Can you give it a little wiggle? Okay, yeah, right there. 214. Yeah, lock it right there, please.
Oh no.
The max was 219 so far. Okay, hold it right there. Okay, little wiggle. All right, hold it right there. 215. Oh, going down. 195. 203. 209. 210. 209. 208. 210. Looks pretty stable. You stable there?
Yep.
All right, I will take the sample. Oh, wait, actually. 208. It dipped just as I said that. Can you give it a little wiggle? 209. That's better. 200. Coming up. Up. 207. Okay. It's coming down now. 202. That's hot. 216. 218. Yeah, right in that spot. There we go. 218, 219, 220. Lock it right there. 222.
Good.
You stable?
It's locked.
Locked? Okay. I'm sampling.
All right, we're creeping up to
224.
224. Good guesses in the chat. It's a very fine-tuned placement of the snorkel with a giant manipulator arm.
It's okay. It's rock solid on 224.
We have the arm locked in place as we collect this sample.
It must be good for it.
It hasn't budged at all.
Temperature of the vent fluid decreases when it mixes with the cold seawater. So we want to get it in the hottest possible place so we can get the least amount of dilution. Was that a good explanation? So we move around with that snorkel until we have the hottest fluid so we can get the purest vent fluid before it starts mixing with the seawater. 225. Jill's very happy behind me. Like when you just say, that's hot.
That's hot.
It was fun. Were you sleeping? There's some really good focaccia bread up there left over. We didn't have too much fun today, though, don't worry. Sunset was only mediocre. We didn't miss too much. Like, I have high standards for sunsets. I've seen some good ones in my day, and this one was just okay. Oh, we're hanging out right around 224. It's a nice stable temperature. Knocking on wood. Awesome. All right, now we're gonna stow this IGT and collect another sample with IGT number 4, and we're gonna try and get the snorkel back in the same spot, reach that same high temperature of 224.
Jill, the next temp was 225. 225. Oh, sorry. Is there a name for this specific temperature? Is this just Chimney 1?
You can call it Chimney 1 for now. Yeah.
Let's do it. Or let's do it. Let's do it. Okay.
Got some.
Should be. Josh, you're off. Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're studying.
Doing another handoff.
I'm not agree more. I'm like so nervous there's a mistake on that letter. Yeah. And I'll stop talking about it.
You should go read it out loud. That always helps me.
Yeah.
Print it and read it out loud.
Print it, yeah.
Or read like paragraphs backwards. Because you're used to reading through it.
That's what I'm currently doing.
Yeah, go backwards.
But it was later for the rock. So yes, and I fired this. I have bad news. Oh, I fired 2 extra for you, and those 2 extra did not fire. How much do you need? Do you need 500?
I could go down to 250 and I'll do one sample.
Okay, I'll give you 250.
Okay. 200 would be fine too.
I can definitely do 250. Okay. Like just partner.
Negotiating going on here.
Negotiate rocks, negotiate water. I'm just saying, negotiations go pretty smoothly. I fired them above fossils kind of in a similar area. And then I also fired it like near like a clump of beds. Like Hogwarts in the middle of like the two big spires. So I was a little set. But there was a lot of stuff kicked up and I might have captured some of that. But and if I find filter, that's not too fine for you, I'll probably remove that stuff. I'll try it. Okay, sounds good. And also like anything like
Could you also, I feel like you power on the started IGT, or power down ports,
Yeah.
when you have a chance.
Power to what's up? She wants to power down the IGT port.
Power down port, then power up starboard. Thanks.
How much fluff are we on? The tubes are probably enough right now. So if you kind of pitch down, slide. Might just reset this one. And turn. You go ahead and take care of your other steam out of your way.
Another great assist with the IGT paths. This will be our last IGT sample of the dive. Going back into the same orifice, looking for a max temp of 225. All right, we have the manipulator arm and the snorkel locked in place.
It's 227.
We're back up to 227. And we're collecting vent fluid now. Holding steady around 227.
Right, and let's zoom out, take a nice picture. And we can stow the sample. That was 228. That's great. Thank you very much. Those were excellent.
Yeah, all set. Okay.
The woods above the science game. Come down. I'm gonna bring it up. I can kind of start.
Yeah.
Just make sure I'm not over. Clear up that percent fuel back towards us too. Okay, there.
Have we settled on the altitude for the first two that are adjacent to the Chimney?
These ones?
Yeah.
Keeping here about disturbing particles. I think our goal is generally 6 to 12 inches above the seafloor.
Okay.
So I would assume about that is what rains are as well. Maybe 6 to 18. So I see. So, yeah, it's not a for the 2 seasons production. It says ideally nearby, obviously particles to have an idea of what
Can also look at, was there already a super done here at this Chimney? Is there any note on height from the seafloor?
That same
I think it's
tube
right,
out.
because this
Put out.
is kind of like a different, this is a new super
Yeah, 'cause it's
sample.
not diffuse flow,
This
it's
isn't
not
one that
near
we've done before.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think we're going for a certain altitude.
So we were saying, Johan was
Should-
suggesting
it just
about a foot off the seafloor.
Yeah, it just is near bottom, so
Okay.
it's pretty near.
Sounds good.
The chat, Roxanne said 1400 seconds, and that says 20 minutes, but 1400 seconds is 23.33 minutes. I think it should be 1400 seconds. What's that name?
Next thing we're going to be doing after this IGT is stowed is taking some super samples. So we're going to be filtering high volumes of water through filters, collecting genomic material. Each of those will take about 20 minutes, and once we're set up and settled in, we can kind of move around with the camera, take a look at some of these animals that you see in the background. There's a lot of life at this vent site.
Sort of. I guess to stretch it out the way.
I don't think she'd be upset. Just trying to get it up.
Did you mind? I thought we were doing 10 minutes with 700 seconds overhand, 11. I mean, if she wants to double the volume, I'm wondering if I do, I should do 1400.
After that.
We can power down the starboard IGT. When you want the super on, is it too early? All right. So we can power down starboard IGT and turn on the super. Next thing we're gonna do is move 5 to 10 meters away from where we are now, away from this chimlet, and do a super sample, and then we're gonna go 5 to 10 meters in the opposite direction. I'm not super familiar with this terrain, so if you wanted to fly up a little bit and scout out the best direction, it looks like forward is rocky and maybe difficult to sit down. But 2 locations, 5 to 10 meters away from this chimlet in opposite directions.
5 meters, right?
5 to 10.
That.
Yep. It's about 5 meters.
5 to 10, any preference?
7.
Let's go 7. We can't decide. 7 or wherever's easiest for you to put down to.
If 6 is easier, 6 is great.
Yeah.
About 10.
You want to go for 10? All right, Ben's feeling 10.
I love 10.
Let's do 10. You need some distance from the chimlet? You need a break from it?
You're coming down.
All right.
According to maps.
We're 7 meters away?
Are you having a predicted off-time time?
I think whenever the lander comes up, the ROV will come up, and so that estimate is 6:30 a.m.
That the lander would be.
The lander would be on deck, and then they would recover the ROV. Yeah.
Are you
Same. Once you're settled, we want the sample about a foot off the seafloor. It'll be the super in parallel with the temperature probe. And it's going to take about, I think they're going to filter for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
It's gonna be
Stable.
probably 26 total minutes.
26 minutes.
26 minutes, she said.
There are lots of animals and fun things to look at here, so take your time.
It's not up to me. It's
We'll-
up to the suit.
We'll peek around.
Hey, Caitlin.
Yeah.
Do you know if the vent that we were just sampling is the vent marked as Chimlet 1? It looks like it's 2 to 3 meters west. But is that just a
All the records say Chimlet 1.
close marking? Yeah. Okay.
What's the, I can't read the marker below it.
Pagoda sampling spot.
What's it say?
Pagoda sampling spot.
I think that's where we just were.
system still good if that's true?
It should be.
All of the notes are for Chimney 1.
Yeah.
Watch out for the fish. Are we doing super number 3?
Super 5.
Yeah. 4 is being skipped.
Is there anything noted for 3 on the basket map? You can check later if it's not a good time.
Yes.
Oh, I'm looking at. Oh no, I guess. Let me take a picture. That looks great. So we are just gonna. Is that too close, Katie? To the temperature probe to the inlet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Alright, that looks good. We're gonna hang out here for 20-25 minutes.
Are we okay with them?
Start. Yes.
45, but has one. Seconds. Okay, good. Caitlin, would you just be able to keep an eye on the live temp from the wand?
Yes.
I mean, I can do that too, so 25 minutes.
Yeah, okay. It's around 2.05. What volume are you targeting here?
We're doubling what we did before, so maybe like 80 to 90.
Okay.
But if the filter starts getting clogged, we might not hit that. We're basically just doubling the time.
Sounds good. So we've moved, would we say 8 meters south?
Yeah, we moved 8.85 at 160.3.
All right. It's about 9 meters south of where we just collected the active chimney material and vent fluid, and we're going to be filtering about 90 liters of seawater through a filter. It's going to be used to extract genomic material, maybe some viruses. So we're just going to be hanging out here for a little bit. Is it okay if I play with the camera?
Yes,
Okay, so we'll look around at some animals in the area, keeping an eye on bottom temperature. And you're all good?
Yep, we're purging right now.
All right.
Do you have an estimate for the altitude of the nozzle above the sea point? Well, I don't know, probably more than a foot. Then yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So
Okay, we just finished purging.
this is where we do
Mm-hmm.
9 meters back triangle.
Great.
So the instructions are in the opposite direction. So it will go over where we just sampled, and then 9 meters
yeah.
past
So we
it.
have 14 seconds.
Can you tell if the marker where we just came from, is that the Pagoda one or the
Yeah.
Chimney? It was Pagoda.
We were between them, so we were in this little cluster right.
Okay, that makes sense. Did you hear that? We were sampling right between those two, the Pagoda and the Chimney one. All the notes are calling it Chimney one.
Yeah.
I think Chimney one is the active fluid we just sampled, and the Pagoda wasn't active. Yeah, that's where we sampled the shelves. I think that one was active though, the Pagoda. And I noticed in the sea log that it's marked inactive. Maybe we'll try and get a look when we fly by. We definitely sampled inactive parts of it, but the mound itself was active. So I might have you make a note of that. But we'll double check when we fly. We have to do it now.
That sounds good. Would you, can you actually, if possible, lower the nozzle a little bit?
Oh, because we need to lower the super nozzle and temperature probe. You want it closer to 1 foot?
Yes, that would be great. Slightly below a foot would be ideal.
Closer to the seafloor, please.
Are you happy with that height? Yes, that looks great.
All right.
Thank you.
So we good?
Pretty good.
All right, we'll sit here for like 23 minutes.
You're reading my mind now. We've had enough shifts.
It's what we do during super time. It's the best time.
Yeah.
As far as that.
We need a little more drama between these two.
Constantly breaking off, comes back. Yes. You should sample that area. No, so I think it's recent response the same. So
I've noticed coming out of the gills come out and then there's this extra volume again. They all have it. I think those are circular ones. Sorry. Can I poke you? Looks like we have a second squat lobster coming up. this a sneak attack? There's gonna be a sneak attack. He's coming up slow. Oh no. Look out. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, get out of there.
Lobsters are
No, I heard that a cusk eel was eating a cusk eel earlier. So, I mean, I bet everything in the deep sea is just because there's not that much food. He's backing right into it. Getting out of there. you're gonna see some cusk eel DNA in your sample?
Some what DNA?
Some cusk eel DNA?
We have a pre-filter on there, which is 10 microns. So we're hoping that that gets out any like tissue from animal and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think Nicole is gonna try to extract from those guys. She might get that DNA.
I think we saw one of these earlier. I thought maybe it was just an anemone. Someone thought maybe it was a snail. It might be in the same area because it was diffuse glow. What do you think it looks like? Yeah, like an avocado pit. Fish is very curious. Yeah.
Are these wispy guys anemones?
Those are worms. I think they might be the circulid worms. Circulid. They have weird gills. squat lobsters. I saw a scale worm back there. We have the cusk eels swimming around. The acorn may have been an anemone. I don't know, this big one's up to something. I don't trust him. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh. Let's see. Oops. for the next one? All right. So we are done with the super sample, and now we want to move in the opposite direction. So go about 9 meters past the chimney.
Are we gonna do another super sample?
Yeah, same thing. Same height off the seafloor.
You want to face it too, right? Or does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go past this, head out about 10 meters up.
Sounds good.
Alex, is it too late to place a marker approximately where we were for that super sample?
What do you want to call it? Okay.
Super sample 5.
Super 5.
Thank you. Which one is it? Super 5 or super 4?
SUPR 5.
I'm just gonna land sort of this way, Caitlin. I'm gonna face it because it's flatter over here.
Okay. If you don't mind, the direction doesn't matter that we're facing, right? this super filter just for viruses or also microorganisms?
It's going to be mainly microorganisms, actually. It's a little big for viruses, but if it starts to get clogged, if you put a lot of biomass, you will start to see some viruses. But it's actually like the pore size itself is a little big for most
Okay.
viruses.
So the purpose of this is microbial?
Mm.
Yeah, that sounds looking for
Sometimes?
exactly.
Cool.
Trying to guarantee we get some of these longer supers.
Good. About 7.5, so we're about 7.5 meters north of the active vent site, Chimney 1. Are we in a good position?
He's getting set
And that'd be opposing side.
Still setting up. What's that?
We're on the like opposite side that we just
Yeah, so we drew a nice line and slightly northwest, but
That's perfect.
position.
not quite. All set? All right, ready.
And we're a foot.
About a foot from the seafloor. I think that looks about the same as last time. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're setting up to take another super sample. Again, we're filtering high volumes of seawater through filters. We're targeting 80 to 90 liters of seawater. So we're going to be hanging out here for the next 20 to 30 minutes. In the meantime, we'll poke around and take a look at some of the animals in this area. The filters are going to be collecting genomic material from microorganisms. And the researchers that are looking at these filters are interested in symbionts. So they're looking for microorganisms that live symbiotically with some of these vent animals to see how far they drift away from these vent sites. So earlier in the dive, we're sampling from an active hydrothermal chimney. We took our first super sample about 10 meters south of that chimney. Now we're 10 meters north of the chimney. We took another sample that was near the chimney, so we're looking for evidence of these symbionts in the water. They're small microorganisms, so it's not something that we can see, but we can do a little bit of sort of forensics, look at the DNA that's floating around in the water to identify these different microbial species. So this is a really nice transect that's going to allow researchers to understand how far these microbial species are traveling through the water. Later on in the dive, we'll do a background sample. So we'll go a couple hundred meters away from the vent sites and look at background seawater as kind of our control. So we can look at the microorganisms that are normally found in bottom water, and then we can compare that to the sites that have diffuse flow and active venting. So the team behind me is controlling pumps that are on the ROV, kind of flushing the lines, setting things up. Once they're situated, we're going to pump as much water through these filters as we can, get
as much genomic material as we can.
Yeah, we did. Let's see.
Recommend.
Are you allergic to the squat lobsters?
No. Super simply. What happened to the sub? Did someone crush it with the large sub? Kind of leaning on that starboard side a little bit. Did he make this video?
Dan made it.
Here or
Here.
Yeah. I think those are leftover chunks from some brackets he made for his GoPro mount. Yep. We should put a little chain on it and hang it on Sebastian somewhere and then we go and see.
This is going to be the next science group. Probably want a position where I'll be able to.
Dive planning.
It's going to be a dive planning tool.
Can 3D print a map of the seafloor?
Not the daily research. It looks bigger. Right? Yeah. So the first and second year you there, they have the rafting position built. And then when you request it, they go. Say, oh, now you get a piece of cake.
It's a cucumber.
Toolbox book. You show us exactly how you want to deploy it, what you want to do with it. So it's visual friendly. And at first you will have fun, right? Because you play with books of Lego.
Yeah. That's cool.
Are you too far now? Does that look like a bigger worm to you? Like a riftia possibly? Yeah.
Is it a sculpin? Definitely looks bigger.
Definitely looks bigger. Can't see the gills. Put possible riftia for biological observation.
Also, my new hypothesis about the species contamination
Yeah.
is that it's a little cap. So the second it covers, it kind of looks like it comes on last
A cap
when they
of
go
what?
into the
Just
tube.
birds are known to carry all sorts of
So when the worm is down, it becomes
Yeah.
jaded. It kind of looks like it's like the last thing to come.
The extra little hanging piece.
Yeah.
That's a really good theory. The ones that are everywhere?
Yeah.
I think circulate. S-E-R-P-U-L-I-D. Circulate. I've heard it pronounced both ways.
I'm grateful. Yeah, I'm grateful ingredients. Those guys. All of them.
look like baby anemones to me. But I don't know much about the serpulid worms.
It's just pressure.
like your lid theory. I'm watching them now.
Is that a little bacteria that?
Yeah. Lots of scale worms. I think that's what this is, right? This little pink guy?
I believe so.
Been seeing a lot of those around. Let's give the scale worm some attention. It's almost like a Where's Waldo, can you find? How many scale worms do you see? I'm gonna get some slow-mo scale worm drama, maybe? You got them both, yeah. that was the third hiding.
She notices you forgot.
Scale worm party over here.
It's okay. Over here, it's a point. We drop a 3-6 wicker. No rush.
You say 20 seconds?
That's my best estimate.
Do you want to leave a marker?
Yeah, let's leave a marker that's SUPR 6.
Wait. I changed my estimate to 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
No worries.
I forgot we're pumping for 23.
That's it.
That looks like we keep seeing the acorn. That looks like a baby anemone, and then what we're seeing is the closed up version of it. A shrimp? A little shrimp hiding. seen.
That no, it's not the vegetation. It's a yeah, that sounds I think it's coming up underneath us.
Okay, and we're done pumping. We got 87.72 liters.
All right.
I just need to step it back to bypass 1, and I'll let you know when we can take it off.
Is it okay to put the tools away? We're going to be moving to a new waypoint next, so we can put away the temperature probe and the super wand. We have a marker dropped here, correct?
Yes.
Awesome.
You can turn off the super.
Super's off.
Thank you.
We are going to a marker called Talus 1. So we're moving 110 northeast of all these vents. When we're done at this site, maybe we can go out another 100 meters through your background. Looks like we're moving away from. All right, say goodbye to all the animals. We're gonna fly away from this diffuse site. So we're probably gonna see less animals as we head to the northeast towards some more inactive sites. Our next objective is gonna be collecting some push cores to get hydrothermal sediment, and we'll be picking up some talus samples as well. Good, how are you? I don't think so. After the last one? Yeah. Can we put the lasers on?
Yes.
Thank you. It's like another cucumber swimming to the left of the screen.
Are we on the Talus marker now?
Yes, so leaving the Super 6 marker, heading towards Talus. Still seeing lots of what looks like serpulid worms and squat lobsters, so probably going over more diffuse flow, lower temperature fluids seeping out of the seafloor. Still lots of life. And I think just to the left of us are some active chimneys. We're going to go just past the active chimneys that we explored earlier in the dive towards a more inactive site, and we're going to try and do some push cores. Just passing an active chimney on our left. Yes. We don't see anything good at Talus. In between inactive 2 and the Talus 2 marker, there's a note that there is good sediment there. We have our regular push cores to try first, and then core catchers as well, if that doesn't work.
Should be pretty close to Talos 1.
Just at the base of that mound. Right up here. A new pointer. So Katie, we're at the base of an inactive mound near Talus 1. Can do any one but 3. If one side is easier right now than the other, your choice. 3 have the core catchers. We don't want to use those right now. Katie, just make a note that we stirred up sediment to land, but it seems to be drifting away.
Some stuff on the port side would be a little less affected by that than starboard.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, sure.
We're going to attempt to collect some push cores of hydrothermal sediment. My team at the U.S. Geological Survey is interested in the history of these vents. So we want to have a better understanding of how long the vents have been active, if there are different periods of inactivity versus active venting. And one of the ways that we can answer those questions is by looking at what's in the sediment. So we have these cylinder tubes that we're going to push into the sediment, and that allows us to look at different layers of sediment that have been accumulating over hundreds to thousands of years. Sediment accumulates very slowly in the open ocean, so it can take hundreds of years for just a few millimeters of sediment to accumulate. It can be a bit faster near active hydrothermal vents, especially where we have the black smokers. So within that black smoke, that hydrothermal plume, you have sulfide precipitation, and those sulfide particles can settle out near the vent. And that's one of the things we'll be looking for in these push cores back in the lab. Once you're in as far as you can go, we'll let it settle. I want to leave it, let it settle before we try and pull it out. Our sampling plan here is to collect 2 cores at the same site that are close to each other. The longer core is brought back to the lab at the U.S. Geological Survey, and we have a special CT scanner that's designed for sediment cores. So we can take an initial scan and look at different density layers within the sediment, and that helps guide us towards sampling. So we'll do a CT scan, and then we'll split the core in half. And based on the information we get from the CT scan, we can identify interesting layers. So we're looking for pockets of more dense material. And then we can sample those layers and take a closer look at what's there. So we can look at the mineralogy of the sediments, can look at the composition of the sediments, grain size. So the longer core goes back to the lab. The shorter core, which has one piece of yellow tape on the side, is used to extract pore water from the fluids. So we're measuring iron 2 on board. We'll measure nutrients in the pore water. So the space between these sediment grains holds fluid, and we'll extract that fluid. Measure iron 2 on board and pH, and if we get enough fluid, we'll do nutrients and trace metals back in the lab.
Do you want the fish cores marked when we pull them out or bring it back? This is my first. I've been taking observations of the process.
Yeah,
So we
let's
have
do
that.
it when we get them in the quiver because,
Just in case.
yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
especially the hydrothermal sediment, is pretty tricky to get. Tends to be more coarse grain, which doesn't stick as well in the tubes. So to transport the longer cores for the CT scans, we actually remove all the top water and we use flower foam, like you would get from a flower shop. We stuff that in either end of the core to absorb any of the pore water. So we kind of pack flower foam on either end to consolidate the sediment as much as we can. Can we go to the left if possible? That's less disturbed. Yeah, perfect. Okay. It's okay to release then. And then we'll try and pull up the one on the right. Slow and steady, keeping it as level as you can.
Yeah, we gotta try and sort out where this cap line is, so otherwise we'll be able to cap it and get that. So we're gonna look over there so I can see. See where it flopped over to.
before we pull up the course, can we close Coral Quiver 2? Looks like it just popped open. And make a note that Coral Quiver 2 is, I think that's what a Jacob sample is.
That's our high-temp sulfide.
Yeah. We ran out of room in the box. Or there's just too many similar things, so we separated it. So we want to keep it closed for him for microbiology. Awesome, thank you. Right.
Just falling right on after.
The room is empty. So you can go ahead and cap that one. We'll try again with the core catcher, which is 3T and 3S. also thinking of just going to a different site since most of it's pretty disturbed. Yeah, I think we'll do that.
So we'll just recover this and find another place.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's note that there's a lot of sediment around here, so we should be able to find a good spot.
Cool. I'll try not to make silt angels with the next one.
Looks like we might get a little bit here. Okay, mark this as a sample. So this is 1T. And this is station PC 1T. Long. Station 1, which is closest to active venting. Description, hydrothermal sediment. And we can also put 1T for location. I would like to reattempt 1S since we did get some material with 1T here.
Try 1S again.
Yeah, let's try 1S again here. Our goal is to get a pair in the same place. Hopefully we can get this cap on.
You want to try 1S again?
Yes. And we want to go in somewhere undisturbed. So let's see, somewhere over here would be okay, here would be okay. If this is like these two areas that are still kind of orange on top, if that's easier, we can go there. That would be great, yeah. I'm going to cause an avalanche. And we're going to leave it in for a minute. If you think the ROV arm is going to move or drift, maybe release.
Sometimes actually groups of fine sediment is turning the core 45 degrees. I know you get a bit of smear on the outside.
Like this?
No, just rotating it.
Rotating
it. So to keep the sediment that's in it fully in. Rather than in and out like that. So
Rotating it as you're taking it out, or right now before we take it out?
before we take it out.
Okay.
Like positively. I'm not asking you.
You can try that.
If they could rotate just
On top of it, like that, on the side, if I rotate my wrist, it's just gonna kick to the side.
Let's not try and rotate that in this position. It's okay to come out slowly now whenever you're ready. It's a nice, slow, steady speed.
Just falling out the bottom. That's it. Lost the subject. Do you want to try again with this one?
Yeah, let's try one more time here, and then we'll go to a different site. And again, we want to put in somewhere that's still kind of an orangey color on the top, some undisturbed area. Seems like we're kind of downslope this way. Maybe we can push in rather than down. Before you go in again, we need to clear that sediment out. So the only thing in my field of view is the spot to the left that looks undisturbed. We want to try pushing a little bit of an angle, so
Oops. Okay, I think that's enough here. If we meander towards inactive 2, there should be more sediment patches, and we can try and do another pair. Can you make a biological observation that benthic shrimp were coming out of the sediment we were trying to core? I'm working with an organic chemist on these cores. You should be interested in that.
So we only got PC1T.
We got PC1T. There is some active venting on that mound. Can you make a geological note of that too? Active venting on the mound near PC1T. If we head towards inactive 2, there is a note that there's plenty of sediment between here and that waypoint. So we're going to look for another coreable sediment patch. Can we leave a marker that says PC-1?
Where we're sampling?
Yeah. That would be a good patch. It's a little flatter, a little less sloped.
Yeah, it's a little rockier surrounding it.
Actually, before we head to the next waypoint, why don't we just kind of scan around this big mound and see if there's anything close by that might work? That's a potential.
It's still pretty steep.
Yeah.
But I can at least kind of press in against the rocks around it. Not disturb as much of the sediment. Don't know how sticky it's going to be though, and if it's going to. We're still going to have to go in probably a 45-degree angle.
Mm-hmm. Looks flatter, but probably harder for you to get to. Tighter space.
Maybe not. I do have barging in there. Let's just do it.
Sure.
Maybe that's out of the question. Are you going to want the core catchers?
I'm going to try once without them,
Okay.
and if it doesn't work, then we'll use them. We lose, I think, 5 centimeters of sediment with the core catcher, so it's,
Significant.
yeah, and we can't redo them. I might want to pick up, I guess the rocks are kind of out of reach too. It looks too far.
That one's definitely too far. We might be able to reach one of these little ones kind of
here-ish maybe, if those are of interest.
I can try and reach that back up. It'll be right at my level.
I might be able to sneak in a little bit closer.
That,
Okay. Can I use the camera?
Yeah.
So I like this and this and these little pieces. So if any of those are accessible, they can just go into an IGT crate. This would be my first choice. That's a little bit white on one side. The port, either IGT crate is fine. This is rock 08. And it's going in the port side IGT crate.
Site, put PC-1. This is Talos. It is Chimney. Yes. Animals present, yes. The description, can you put collected from the back side of PC-1 mound?
I think that's it for here. This isn't a good reach for coring. Okay, let's scout for a better coring spot. Ten's good. Casket location, port side IGT crate. Additional text. White color